Welcome in, everyone, to the end of the Watanagashi chapter in Higurashi When They Cry. I'm going to be finishing up there are 2 chapters left, so I'm just going to finish them all up in this video. It's going to be a bit longer, and then going to do the prologue as well. But before we get started, you know the drill. If you don't already, hit that subscribe button, like, and comment on the video, too. Let me know how you're doing. Let me know how life is treating you. But now, let's dive into it. Man, starting off with sad music. I saw a ceiling fan I was familiar with, or a ceiling I was familiar with. He doesn't have a ceiling fan. Though I was groggy from sleep, I did notice I was in my futon, like I was every morning. I looked at my clock, and despite having turned in so late last night, I had woken at precisely the same moment I always did. I hate when that happens. I also love when that happens. Like, you go to bed super late, wake up still on time. It's weird. I'm so low on sleep, but I guess you really can get up at the same time every day. See? Facts. The secrets of the human body never cease to amaze me. If I went back to sleep like this, I would definitely not be waking up again. Dying? I don't know, man. Never mind. He just wants to sleep. My dude needs a nap. I spread myself on and slipped down my futon. Mom asked me about last night at breakfast. Apparently, we too had gotten a call asking if we knew where Rika-chan and Satsuko were, and Mom vaguely understood that something serious was happening.
じゃあ、ゆうべはお友達とみんなで夜遅くまで探してたの?
3時くらいまでかな。
That's right, at 3 a.m.
結局見つかったの? そのリカちゃんとサトコちゃんは。
Crunch. I warily bit into my toast. It really didn't have any taste. Oof. That's rough, man. Like, this just sad, dude. They're missing their friends and everything, and everybody's lost. Just then, we heard the chime go ding-dong. I looked at the clock and saw that it was about 5 minutes past my regular meeting time with Rena. It was her at the door.
おはよう。少しは眠れたかな?
They're all gonna be like so tired today.
何時間寝れたんだろうな。多分鶏の足でも数えられるくらいだと思う。
Chicken's toes. Rena seemed pretty sleep deprived as well. There was something missing from her usual spirit.
学校行くか?
その方がね、きっといいと思うの。
She said, smiling, albeit stiffly. Ren was probably worrying her heart out about those two as well. Even so, she wanted to go to school. Get your mind off things.
今日お休みしたら、きっとケイチ君は病んで寝込んじゃうと思う。
Exactly.
私、そんなの嫌だから。だから、一緒に学校に行こう。
わかった。ちょっと待っててくれ。すぐ支度するから。
I was just a little bit happy about Rena mustering that much consideration for me. Yeah, it's really nice for her. Well, that was bright. Oh, oof. We went to the place where we'd usually meet up with Mion, but she was nowhere to be found. We were a little bit late today, so we thought she'd be waiting for us.
みーちゃん、さすがに今日は起きられないかもね。
あ、そうか。あいつにとっては昨日だけじゃないんだよな。一昨日の晩も村長さんを探して徹夜してるんだよな。
We waited for a bit. Time passed until it got to the point where it was okay for us to go on alone, and we exchanged glances.
どうする?
I don't know, man. That seems a bit sus to me.
もう少し待つか?
At that point, my brain, which had finally been woken up by the morning air, recalled the ominous words Oishi-san left me with last night. The leaders of the 3 families were disappearing one after the other. And next, it might be the Sonizaki's leader. Could Mion have... No, that couldn't be.
行こう。今日は寝かせておいてあげようよ。
She might have, man. Like, who knows? Rena gave me a pat on the back.
ミオン、本当にいるよな。
何か言ったかな?
あ、いや、独り言。
Mood.
行こうぜ。
The 2 of us headed to school by ourselves. On the way, we saw a bunch of our classmates accompanied by their parents. It even looked like some of them were being taken to school by car. That's smart, honestly. Like, I'm surprised they're not doing more. Well, it's probably all they can do. It's not like it's a big town or anything. Surprisingly, the principal was also standing watch at the school gate. I'd never seen that before.
おはようございます。
The principal was bowing to our classmates' guardians. The wooden sword leaning next to him was a little ominous. Yo, that's badass, though.
前原君、おはよう。龍宮君、おはよ
おはようございます。
う。先生から大切なお話があるから、すぐに教室に入るように。いいかね?
Is it about curry? Ah, no, there's too much going on. Too much seriousness going on for curry jokes. Ren and I said nothing. The madness that only existed at night had finally crawled out into the sunlight. That's what it felt like.
皆さん、おはようございます。
The hushed conversations that had been spreading for a while now all disappeared like an illusion the moment our teacher walked into the door. Silence dominated the classroom. The principal came in with our teacher as well. This was clearly not a normal morning.
まず、校長先生から大切なお話があります。校長先生、どうぞ。
Principal cleared his throat and approached the dais. Is that what the little stand is called? Days?
もう知っている生徒もおるだろ
The classroom was dead silent. Everyone was staring at Rika-chan and Satoko's empty seats. The principal briefly and simply declared that Rika-chan and Satoko had gone missing. There wasn't a single person in the classroom who didn't already know. There seemed to be many, however, who couldn't accept it as the truth. It had been confirmed to them now by the principal's words. There were sobs throughout the classroom, and I heard a kid crying. They steadily spread throughout the whole room. The big-hearted principal wasn't able to keep his cool either.
はい、皆さん注目注目。今日から当分の間、登下校は保護者の方と一緒に行います。保護者の方の都合がつきにくい生徒は集団での登下校とします。プリントを作りましたので、よく読み、保護者の方にも必ず見せてください。いいですね。
Definitely the smartest way to go about things. The teacher's voice was a little abrasive. Not even she could conceal the strain she felt from this unprecedented, abnormal situation. They should have just canceled school today. However, Rennie told me that the school was also like a nursery for the students whose parents both worked, so some of them wouldn't want school to be canceled.
では、授業を始めます。委員長はお休みですね。
Oh,
では日直。
ouch.
号令。起立。
That feeling of wanting to maintain an everyday atmosphere, even if only in school, precisely because our lives had been messed up, was something that I agreed with at this point. It's so sad, man. Like, their friends are just missing. As for the teacher, who always had her lunch in the staff lounge, she ate in the classroom today. I had to laugh at her curry bento, which was just a rumor until now, but there was nobody to laugh with me. It's so sad. Rena brought her chair and lunch over to my seat. Today, it was only the two of us. The fact that we didn't need to drag any other desks over was sad.
眠いね。
ああ、でももうそんなに気にならなくなったよ。むしろ今寝れるくらいのずぶとい神経が羨ましい。
そうかもね。
I was sleepy this morning, but my drowsiness had dissipated after coming to school and constantly feeling the incredible tension. Rena's bento box didn't have its usual luster. That was to be expected. Rena was up for a long time last night, too. She wouldn't have had time to make her lunch beforehand. Since it's not like she would have gotten up early this morning.
遠慮なくつっつけよ。今日は素直に俺の弁当の方が立派なのを認めろ。
At least Keiichi still got a little bit of that humor. Like, you need to, in situations like this.
じゃあ遠慮なくいただくね。ああ、しそチーズのちくわ巻きなんて面白いな。
レナのだって今日のはレトルトだろうけどなかなかうまいぞ。
I realized the two of us were desperately trying to brighten the afternoon mood to its usual level as much as we could. I looked around the classroom, and it seemed like we were the only ones trying to do so, surrounded as we were by gloominess.
こうして二人だけでお弁当をつつき合ってると、なんだかなんだかだよね。はう。
Ooh, like a little date. Oh. Hey, at least they're laughing a bit. They need it. My dude sounds so tired. Our laughter grew quieter. I was the first one to mess up.
ごめん。悪かった。
いいよ。仕方ないよ。
Our chopsticks both stopped moving. We couldn't keep it up anymore.
リカちゃんとサトコ、どこに行ったんだろうな。
Those words might have sounded too miserable. Everyone was thinking it, using roundabout ways to address the topic. But I came right out and said it. I heard Rena catch her breath.
昨日ね、ケイチくんがいなくなってる間にいろいろと話を聞いてたから、レナの知ってる限りを話すね。
ゆうべはすまなかった。頼む。
At that time, since they had arrived for sport, Rena was helping the Ladies' Society cook the miso soup we'd had. They reported all of the information the villagers had gathered, and Rena said she overheard it.
でも結局何もわからなかったんだろう。学校が終わってから家に帰って二人で自転車に乗ってどこかへ行ったらしいということ以外は 全く。
Miana told me yesterday. We had no clues.
うん、警察の人も家に帰ってからすぐに自転車で遊びに行ったんだろうって言ってる。家に帰ってからすぐに自転車で遊びに行くところと言ったら町かもしれないでしょ。だから沖宮の町でいなくなったんじゃないかって結論になってるみたい。
Makes the most sense.
警察は明るくなってから捜査範囲を沖宮にも広げるって言ってた。
In town. It makes sense why we couldn't find them even though we searched all of Hinamizawa then. Still, something didn't fit. I had no basis for thinking that, just a gut feeling. Sometimes you gotta go with that. Sometimes you gotta go with your gut feeling. I revealed something to Rika-chan that was likely very important to her that day. Then Rika-chan told me to leave it to her. And then, what did she say? Oh right, if she didn't work hard, then something bad might happen to the dog too, I think. With all the talk of dogs and cats, I still didn't have the faintest idea what she really meant, but it might have been Rika-chan's way of saying this was a race against time. Damn it. I'd selfishly pushed my anxiety on Rika-chan and tried to run away. When I thought about it, I shouldn't have run back then. I should have asked her more about the dogs and cats. The more I think back on it, I really screwed up. Anyway, I don't think Rika-chan was in a situation where she would just go off to play somewhere. Of course, I didn't have any evidence or conviction to base that on. It was just a hunch.
町なんかに行くわけないと思うんだ。
ケイチ君もそう思う？
Oh, so Rena's in the same mindset.
レナもそう思うよ。
Okay.
リカちゃんもサトコちゃんもひなみ沢でいなくなったに違いないの。
Interesting. I looked back at Rena, startled. I could hear the conviction in those words. Without replying to my gaze, she took her bento box and went to the hallway.
お弁当箱を洗ってくるね。
She timed that in a way that broke off the conversation. Suddenly, I got the feeling that the next thing she had to say would be hard to say aloud in a classroom. I hurriedly grabbed my bento box and followed her. At least he got the hint, just like, bro, come on. That was smooth. Renan didn't go to the kitchenette, but rather to the water fountains out back, where students seldom went. The water flowed down onto our bento boxes. During that time, Rena didn't say a word. Then, after making sure there were no other students around, she finally opened her mouth to speak.
リカちゃんとサトコちゃんが町に遊びに行っていなくなったなんて、なんだか腑に落ちなくて。私なりにいろいろ聞いたり調べたりしたの。
Interesting.
聞いた？何を？
婦人会のおばさんたちにいろいろ。昨日のお味噌汁、お豆腐がいっぱい入ってたでしょ。富田豆腐店のおばあちゃんも来てたの。
The Tomita Tofu Shop. Oh, I remember. That was one of the stores on the road leading to the hospital. Those huge lumps of tofu dancing in the bathtub like cistern always looked nice and refreshing.
おばあちゃんね、昨日学校の帰り道にさとこちゃんがお店に寄ってお豆腐を買っていったのを覚えてたの。
No.
豆腐？学校の帰り道にだろ？それが何か手がかりになるのか？
いいから聞いて。リカちゃんの家に行った時のこと覚えてるかな？
Rena stepped away from the sinks and spread her arms wide to recreate the space of Rika-chan's room.
ガス台にお鍋がかけてあって、その中にお味噌汁が入ってたの。
Ah.
中にはお豆腐が多分残りの半分は冷蔵庫の中にあったの。冷ややっこにするつもりだったんだね。お皿に開けてラップがかけてあった。
As Rena explained, she walked around as if she were really going through Rika-chan's room.
でもレナ、それが何だって言うんだ？
ケイチ君、お味噌汁のお豆腐って本当に最後の最後に入れるんだよ。つまりお料理してたリカちゃんか、もしくはサトコちゃんはお夕飯の時間の直前まであそこに立って料理をしていたことになるの。
Okay.
夕食の時間の直前まで？
Wasn't everyone saying that their bikes weren't around, so they must have gone somewhere to play by themselves?
三角コーナーのゴミを見たらすごく不吉祥だった。食事やお弁当はほとんどリカちゃんが作ってるんだけど、たまにね、サトコちゃんがすることもあるの。
Yo, Rena is smart. This is some Batman detective level stuff.
だからその晩はサトコちゃんがお料理したんだね。
Sure. Damn, that's impressive that she knows all this.
それってつまり聡子に関しては遊びに行かず夕食の準備をしてたってことなのか？
Oh, that music just went intense, dude.
それで私炊飯釜も見てみたの。炊飯釜には2人分のご飯が炊けていた。
ってことは2人分の夕飯は作ったけどそういうことか？
Renan nodded.
それで次に冷蔵庫の中も見てみたの。そうしたら残り半分のお豆腐で作った
Right.
冷ややっこがあったの。それだけじゃない。お夕飯用に作ったおかずも何皿かあって、それらにはみんなラップがされていた。
You usually plastic wrap things so you can have leftovers for the next day. My mom does all the time, too, using them in breakfast or lunch.
そう。ラップって食べ残しとかを取っておくためにするものだよね。冷蔵庫に入れたということは、少なくともその晩のうちには食べないつもりだったということ。
そういうことになるのか？
ケイチ君、もっとよく考えて。お夕飯を全く手つけずでラップしてあったんだよ。どういうことだと思う？
So, I guess they, like, made dinner, or at least one of them did, and then wrapped it up, put it to the side. I guess because they weren't ready to eat, and then something had to have happened. But they were there.
じゃあ
Or at least one of
夕
them
食を食べる
was.
必要がなくなったわけだ。外食とか出前とかで。
それも突然にね。
Oh. Or that, too. That makes sense.
前もって決まっていたらお料理なんかしない。そしてお夕食は2人分用意されていた。つまりさとこちゃんは2人で食事ができると本当に直前までそう思って料理をしていたということなの。
じゃあ2人で遊びに行っていなくなったというのは間違いじゃないか。
そう、つまりいなくなったのはお夕飯ができて夕食に至るまでの本当にわずかな時間。
It definitely narrows the window
多
down
分
a lot.
7時頃くらい。
そんな時間に食事もせずに2人はどこへ行ったんだ？
当然そこに行き着くよね。ケイチ君、覚えてるかな？折りたたみ机が置いてあって、その上にお醤油や箸立てなんかが置いてあったのを。
There might have been something like that. I didn't remember.
お醤油の小瓶ね、空っぽだったの。もう
Oh.
一滴も入ってなかった。これじゃあ冷ややっこは美味しくないよね。だから私、流しの下にある醤油の大瓶を探してみたの。
よくそんなところにあるって知ってるな。
Yeah, Renan pays attention to stuff, man. She's very smart.
私もリカちゃんの家に行ってお料理したことあったから。
Renan cleared her throat, her face returning to a serious expression.
でね、流しの下を開けてみたら醤油の大瓶が瓶ごとなかったの。
醤油の大瓶がないとどういう意味になるんだ？
ここから先は全部レナの想像だからね。だから最後まで口を挟まずに聞いていてね。
You got it. Lips are sealed. Last night, Satsuko was making dinner like normal. Rika-chan usually watched TV until the food was ready, so she was probably laying down watching a variety show or something. Satsuko put the tofu in the miso soup, and right when dinner was about to be ready, she noticed that they were out of soy sauce. So Rika-chan, who had nothing to do, brought the big bottle of soy sauce to a neighbor's house to borrow theirs. Okay.
俺ご近所付き合いってよくわからないんだが、醤油なんかって
Yeah, it's
分け
just
てもらえるものなのか？
it's just soy sauce, and especially in like a little village like this, they obviously help. There are two kids that have to live by
ひな
themselves.
み沢で
Yeah.
はそんなに珍しいことじゃないよ。
So Rika-chan rode her bike out to get some soy sauce. No matter how long Satsuko-chan waited, though, Rika-chan didn't come back. So then Satsuko-chan called up the house where Rika-chan was going. Would Rika happen to be imposing on you? Something like that. Then the other person must have replied with something like
う
this.
ちに食事の用意があるからさとこちゃんもいらっしゃい。リカちゃんはもう食べてるよって。きっとそんな感じで呼び出したんだと思う。
Makes sense. Satsuko called Rika a few names in private and wrapped up the dinner she had made for them. She put it in the fridge so she could use it for breakfast and lunch the next day. Then Satsuko got on her bike too, and headed for the house where Rika-chan was.
でもすでにこの時点でおかしいの。食事ってね、突然やってきた人に振る舞えるほど多めに作るものじゃないんだよ。
That's true. You wouldn't just have, extra food enough for 2 more people. A veteran housewife would never normally make so much food that she could feed 2 extra people. A veteran housewife?
たまたま偶然作りすぎたことだって考えられるだろう。
That's a very tough coincidence, man.
それでも絶対に考えられない。
Rena flatly denied me.
だってリカちゃんはさとこちゃんが頑張って作ったお夕飯がもうできてることを知ってるんだよ。どんなにお夕飯を勧められたってさとこちゃんのお夕飯を無駄にするようなことをするわけがない。
This was all only circumstantial evidence and Rena's guesswork. Even so, it was all extremely convincing. It was the only ray of hope we had to topple the situation bereft of clues.
じゃあレナ、リカちゃんはどこへ醤油をもらいに行ったんだ？
That is the question, isn't it? That was the heart of it. It would have to be somewhere she'd be comfortable with asking for soy sauce. And somewhere Satsuko wouldn't think it's suspicious that she'd been invited for dinner. So who was it? Rena slowly shook her head.
レナの推理はここまで。
That's all. Oh, she said that. I've
あく
got
まで
so
も想
focused
像
on
だ
it.
からね。警察の人とかには内緒にしておいてね。
隠すことはないんじゃないか。仮に半分しか会ってないとしてもきっとヒントにはなると思うぞ。
ケイチ君、これってひなみ沢の人を疑うって意味だよ。
Yeah, and that's something nobody wants to do.
確信もないのに村の人を疑えない。
I saw a few girls coming over to rinse out their bento boxes. Rena cut the conversation short there and returned to the classroom. I stayed there alone, my body bathed in the lively voices of the cicadas. Let's think about this. In my own way. Rena had barely any information to go on, and yet she'd reasoned out that much. So there should be something that only I, who knew far more than Rena did, could deduce. Oishi-san said this last night too, but this incident was definitely occurring within Hinamizawa. Rena might not have wanted to believe it, but it's basically a given that the culprit is someone from the village. The trigger for everything was when the 4 of us trespassed in the forbidden storehouse. Somebody saw us going in there. For the culprits, breaking the taboo was a crime punishable by death. So that night, Tamataki-san and Takano-san were sacrificed. There were 2 left. Shion and myself. However, before the culprits bore their fangs on Shion and me, they went after the mayor, to whom Shion had confessed her sin. Next, they went for Rika-chan, to whom I'd confessed my sin. Then what about Satsuko? Just a stray bullet? By itself, Rika-chan being sacrificed after I told her everything was mortifying. But Satsuko, who was sacrificed for no reason, wasn't that all the more regrettable? Everything was my fault. Who would be next to disappear? Would it be Shion and me next time? Why weren't the culprits going for Shion and me right away, though? If they had enough power to erase the mayor and Rika-chan, then why not just get rid of Shion and me? If they went for us, well, I wouldn't like it, but I could still tolerate it. What I couldn't forgive was them getting rid of those we'd confessed to. Now that I think of it, yesterday, Shion said something alarming. She felt like someone was watching her. So then, was someone watching me as well? Strangely, though, I hadn't felt anything like that until now. Even though I'm the root cause of everything, I'd never once had that impression. Maybe that was simply because Shion was more cautious than me, and I was just careless. That's another story, though. Let's get back on track. Why weren't the culprits going after Shion and me? I felt like that's where the key to this lay. Could it be? Was I making a big assumption that I shouldn't have been? I thought and thought, but couldn't come up with an answer. The one thing I understood was that I was a concerned party to this case, and that I had a duty to watch over it until everything got resolved. I heard the ring of the bell declaring the end of lunch break. Would somebody else disappear tonight? If nobody else did, then I wanted them to get rid of me tonight for sure, and then put an end to all of this. Shion's hysterical voice on the phone last night came back to mind. They planned to murder those close to us first, make us as miserable as possible, and only then would they kill us.
前原君、昼休みは終わりであるぞ。教室に戻りなさい。
At the principal's urging, I returned to the classroom, which was quiet as the streets at night. Man, there's so much going on. I love the discussion of like the mystery and like trying to solve it and everything. That's really cool. There were lots of parents picking up their children after school. It was just like a kindergarten. The students whose parents didn't come went home as a group. We left school with everyone else, following the assigned route. Even while leaving, nobody said anything funny. They all looked like exhausted mountaineers silently marching through the mountains. As we went, one left, and then another. And in the end, it was just Rena and me. I was supposed to escort Rena all the way to her house, but she declined.
本当にいいのか？一人じゃ不用心だぞ。
レナを送った後、一人で帰るケイチ君だって同じくらい不用心だよ。
It's true.
まだ明るいんだもの。大丈夫。
そうか。じゃあ気をつけてな。
あれ？あれ、警察の人じゃないかな。
Oh, the cops are at Keiichi's house? Rena pointed towards my house. There was a car stopped in front of it. From out that car came Oishi-san. He must have been waiting for my return to ambush me. Oishi-san started walking over wearing that annoying grin.
レナはもう行きな。あいつに絡まれると長い。
でも、どうして警察の人がケイチ君に用があるんだろう。
Rena's a good person. Even when I made a fuss over Rika-chan's disappearance, she never asked me why I did. She could have been suspecting me ever since then, and that would have been okay. Even so, she still didn't ask me anything. She didn't try and pressure me into revealing the truth.
俺は犯人じゃない。
そんなの知ってるよ。
Rena's like, I know that, dude. Bruh.
事件に何の関わりもないとは言い切れない。
Rena simply listened, smiling like she always did. I'm sure she already knows. Even though I had insinuated I was related to the incident, she didn't look at me as though she were looking at something dirty.
今度話すよ。
待ってるね。
じゃあ早く行きな。
Rena gave me a slight bow and trotted away, leaving me, alone with Oishi-san, who walked over.
どうもどうも。
Do your laugh, do your laugh.
お帰りなさい、前原さん。
どうも。
Aw, guess it's no
ご
laughter.
家族はお留守みたいですね。いやはや困っていたんですよ。
He came all the way to my house. I could only thank my good fortune that my parents were absent. Since neither of them was around at this hour, they would probably be back late.
親父の仕事の関係で出かけてるんだと思います。帰りは遅いと思いますよ。
そうですか。それは好都合です。親御さんに変な思いをさせずに済みます。
Oishi-san pushed my back, prompting me to walk. It seemed like he wanted me to get in the car.
警察に連行するんですか？
I wasn't the culprit, but I was the cause of everything. It wouldn't be weird if he wanted to investigate me. That kind of gave me a resigned feeling.
いえ、立ち話もなんですから、車の中でお話ししようってだけですよ。
He does like his air conditioning.
さあ、どうぞ。
He opened the back door and urged me inside. If I got in, I wouldn't have a very easy time getting out. If I said no, however, then this man might really handcuff me and take me away. I couldn't refuse. I could only accept it in good grace. The inside of the car had been cooled too much by the air conditioner, and there was a rusty smell coming from the filter, which must have been cleaned only rarely.
ありゃ、冷えすぎます？切りましょうか。
He turned off the engine and it suddenly became quiet, and the voices of the Higurashi, with all their cool loneliness, snuck inside. Quack, 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 quack. It sounded to me like a chorus of voices lamenting my exorbitant punishment for having harbored such foolish curiosity. For a few moments, while listening to those voices, I myself lamented the days that had been twisted and distorted since that night. Oishi-san, as if wanting for me to voluntarily begin talking, lit a cigarette and listened to the Higurashi. The silence became deafening, and I was the one who folded first.
捜査の方はどうなってるんですか？
捜査？何のですか？最近はいっぱいやりすぎて、どれのことやら。
That's sad but true.
全部です。
いいですよ。本当は報道管制の敷かれた秘密捜査なんですが、あなたには特別に聞かせてあげましょう。じゃあ、最初の事件からいきます。
Recap time. The freak deaths of Tamataki-san and Takano-san on the night of the Watanagashi.
こっちはお恥ずかしいかな。さっぱり進展なしです。まずは富武さん。集団で暴行を受けた形跡はあるのですが、 自分の喉をかき破るなんて異常な死に方の説明がつかないんです。
Right.
何らかの薬物中毒を疑っているんですが、検出はされませんでした。
高野さんはどんな感じなんです？
同じくさっぱりです。焼死死体は検視が非常に困難でして。
I can only imagine. Especially if they're like burnt in a freaking barrel, dude.
首を絞められた後にガソリンをかけられたんじゃないかと見ています。
So
管轄
brutal.
がお隣の県警さんでね。あちらさん、自分たちの縄張りの事件だからって
Of course they
あ
haven't.
んまり協力的じゃないんですよ。
They don't want to do the extra work.
おっと、これは関係ない話ですね。
So police didn't know anything other than the fact that the victims died inexplicably.
ですが、犯行時間はおおむねお祭りが終わった直後だろうと見ています。
Makes
高野
sense.
さんの方はちょっとあやふやですが、富武さんとほぼ同じ時刻に殺害され、山中に遺棄されたと考えるのが妥当でしょうな。
どうしてわざわざ遠くの山まで死体を運んだんでしょ
Good spot to hide it. Probably didn't think anybody would look there.
う？富武さんも同じように遠くへ運べばよかったのに。
ありゃ、前原さん、あなたなかなかどうして鋭いですね。もちろん私もそこは注目すべき点だと思っていますよ。他にもいくつか不審点はありますが、まあ現時点でお話しできるのはこの。
村長さんの方はどうですか？何か手がかりはありましたか？
Having exhausted that topic, I changed the subject. Otherwise, he might turn the conversation on me. That's smart.
失踪された一日の足取りを調べました。手がかりになるようなものは見つかりませんでしたが、一応お話ししましょうか。
Well, maybe Keiichi's brain can like figure something out between this talk with Oishi and his talk with Rena before. The mayor, Kiichiro Kimiyoshi. Apparently he was suffering from severe hemorrhoids.
古い生まれの方って非常にプライドが高いんですよね。それで村長さん、
Right.
誰にも内緒で鹿骨市内にある大学病院の肛門科に通われていたんです。
It's good to take care of your health.
失踪当日、村長さんは診察の予約が取ってあったんで、朝一で出かけられました。
Even I knew that big hospitals, like university hospitals, had a really long waiting time. Apparently people would get in line hours beforehand, even if they had an appointment.
診察が終わったのは午後1時頃です。その後、病院内のレストランで軽食を取られ、雑誌を読みながら時間を潰されました。この辺りのことは自宅にあったお財布の中のレシートで分かってます。
So he didn't even bring his wallet with him when he left. Okay. There's nothing suspicious at all about that.
その日は夕方から神社の集会場で会合の予定があったんです。それで余裕を持ってお帰りになるはずだったんですが、
Oh.
途中電車で人身事故がありましてね。どうもそれで足止めを食ってしまったらしく、家に着いたのは会合の時間の直前でした。ご家族が大慌てで神社の集会場に出かけていく村長さんを目撃しています。
Okay, so he rushed out.
会合ってのは何だったんですか？確かその会合の帰り道に失踪してるんですよね。
会合は御三家と町会の主要役員が集まってのものでした。今年も起こってしまった連続開始事件の対応について協議したものと思われます。
So then, on his way home, the old man who had treated Shion like his own daughter, he was a dependable person who would encourage Shion whenever she felt pressured by anxiety, and yet, Shion's painful voice struck me right in the heart. Hmm?
あれ？
Did they just realize something? I was taken aback by how strange my own voice sounded. What was it that just surprised me? I squeezed my head with my hands to try and drag back out what I had only realized for a split second. Remember, Keiichi Maibara, you just realized something. Something important. The night of Watanagashi. That was when everything started. That night, Tako-san and Tamatake-san died. The next morning, word of the incident had spread throughout Hinamizawa. They planned to talk about it during the evening meeting. The mayor, however, had an appointment at the hospital, and as planned, he went there without telling his family. Nah, like the little alligator. You gotta check up at the hospital. Ain't something. And then there was an unexpected delay on his train ride back home. When he returned, the meeting was already about to start. The mayor changed clothes, got on his bicycle, and hurried to the assembly hall at the shrine as fast as he could. From when he heard about the incident on the night of Watanagashi until when he showed up at the assembly hall, everything he was doing that day was done in secret. Oh, Shion had... Oh. There was no time for Shion to talk to him. Oh. That... Oh, okay. Now it's coming together. Good job piecing that together, Keiichi. During that time, nobody found out that he went to the hospital alone. He ate alone. And he got on the train alone. That all meant he had absolutely no contact with anyone else. You couldn't have even called him on the phone. Okay, but what does that mean, Keiichi Maibara? Why does that matter, Keiichi Maibara? Ah. Yep, he's piecing it together.
どうした話せよ。俺たちの間で隠し事はなしだろ。
私、君吉のおじいちゃんに打ち明けたんです。
I told him everything. I told old man Kimiyoshi everything.
村長さんに、私、あの晩、最後でに忍び込んだこと、打ち明けたんです。
You had no time to talk to
誰
him,
かに
bro.
それを見られてて、私たちを狙っている人がいるって。
ああ、それで
君吉のおじいちゃん、怒らなかった。そして、にっこり笑って、しおちゃんがちゃんと反省してるなら、鬼隠しになんかなるものかって、本当に、笑いながら、任せなさいって。
Sweat burst on my body like bullets. They became one long strand and slid down from my forehead to my nose, and fell. So then, what does it mean? Hey, Keiichi Maibara, no more playing dumb. When did she tell him? Shion said she learned of the incident from a phone call her father had made that morning. The mayor had left the house first thing in the morning for his appointment at the hospital. He didn't tell anybody where he was going. Nobody knew about him going to the university hospital. Furthermore, his train ride back to his house was delayed by an accident. As soon as he got home, he rushed out to the assembly hall. Then the meeting at the assembly hall began, and continued until it was dark out. Then everyone left. Nobody saw him after the meeting was over. He just disappeared. Which meant... Come on, piece together, bro.
前原さん、大丈夫ですか？やっぱり暑いんならクーラー入れますよ。
Another part of me was messing with my thoughts, demanding that I didn't think any further than that. My head was pounding violently, and the fluids packed inside it all blended together until nothing made sense. It was just about to settle, yet it had been smashed and melted in the blink of an eye, no longer able to retain its shape.
前原さん、もしもし。
はい。
Oishi-san lit yet another cigarette. There was yet another cigarette butt placed in the ashtray. Was it displaying the passage of time? Had my thoughts been frozen over for that long?
私、知ってる限りのことを話したつもりです。お返しに、今度は前原さんの話を聞かせてもらってもいい？
Come on, man, you know, you gotta open up about it. My mind had become a gigantic oozing mess. My brain felt like it had been totally minced by the blades of a blender, and I couldn't think.
ほらほら、また黙り込む。もし誤解があるようなら先に解いておきたいんですがね。私は別にあなたが犯人だなんて思っちゃいないんです。
Oishi-san gave his best attempt at an adult smile.
あの晩、あなたたち4人が西宮殿に忍び込んだことは知っています。次の日にはもう村の知る人は誰でも知る噂になってましたからね。それ自体は不法侵入として問われるべきことですが、もうそこで何があったかなんです。忍び込んだ人間が次々と犠牲になるような何があったのか。
何もなかったです。
As soon as I said it, I regretted confirming my presence there, but I knew it didn't matter anymore. He already knows, man.
本当に
You can't hide it.
何もなかったんですか？だって現にこうして中に入った人たちが次々と犠牲になってるんですよ。しかも 扉の鍵を付け替えた村長やリカさんまで犠牲に。それだけの事態を引き起こす何があの中にあったんです？
I was far too tired of keeping quiet about this. Perhaps that was Oishi-san's goal all along, but again, that didn't matter anymore.
大昔に使った拷問道具が
There
た
you
くさん
go.
しまってありました。それを高野さんたちと見て回りました。
本当にそれだけ？
本当にそれだけです。
口封じをされるようなとんでもないものが隠してあったんじゃないですか？
That was just all torture stuff.
例えば覚醒剤の山とか消しの秘密工場があったとか
My dude's going all out.
ソ連か中国あたりの拳銃が山ほど
So
積ま
many
れていた
random
と。
things.
不審な木箱やコンテナが山積みされてませんでしたか？
There was nothing as exaggerated as what Oishi-san was hoping for, but I felt like in a way there were plenty of terrible things hidden in there. From the perspective of someone who viewed the storehouse as sacred, whether or not I thought I had seen some crazy things didn't matter in the slightest. Forrest broke the taboo. Punish us. That should have been what happened.
あの西宮殿に何か秘密があるんじゃないかと思って捜査令状を請求したんですがね。もう空前絶後の妨害工作がありまして、
Sabotage of the century.
信仰の対象に対する侮辱であり、憲法で定めた信仰の自由をなんたらかんたら。いやもうだから実際に入ったあなたに聞くほかなかったんですよ。
本当に古い錆びて埃をかぶった拷問道具しかなかったです。他に目立つものなんて何もなかったです。
では富武さんたちが殺されたのは禁忌を破ったからという制裁だけなんですかね。
Seems that way. I didn't have an answer for the only part.
もういちいち隠しませんけどね。あなただけが今日まで被害を免れてるんです。
What happened to Shion?
あなた以外は全員が消えたのに、あなただけが無事なんです。あなたが無事で、あなた以外が被害に遭う。どんな違いがあったのか、それが知りたいんです。
There was something wrong with what Oishi-san was saying. You alone. You alone. What?
ちょっと待ってください。あなただけがってどういう意味ですか？
ですからあなただけが最後の生き残りなんじゃないですか。
So then who was he talking to, man? He was just on the phone with her.
西宮殿に忍び込んだコソ泥4人組の
The only one left alive. Hold on. Shion was
あ
still...
の晩に富武二郎さんと高野美代さんが死に、翌日園崎紫音さんが失踪しました。
Then who the fuck was he talking to?
あなただけが無事に今日までを過ごしてるんです。なぜあなただけなのか、私はそれが知りたいと言ってるんです。
That's what I want to know.
シオンが失踪したって？そんなバカな。
I unintentionally raised my voice. I didn't care about that. Tamataki-san died. Takano-san died. And Shion disappeared? When did she disappear? What is this guy talking about?
ありゃ、とっくにご存知だったとばかり。
そんなのは初めて聞いた。シオンが失踪した？いつ？
遡ると
Day after
渡流しの次の日に失踪していたことになります。
He's talked to her like at least twice. Going back a bit? Stop saying stuff I don't understand.
園崎紫音さんはその日の気分で親類の家を泊まり歩いたりしますので、所在不明が当たり前なんですよ。学校も気分一つでよく休みますしね。先生も困り果ててました。
そんなことは聞いてない。シオンはいつ失踪したかって聞いてるんだ。
ですから渡流しの次の日です。
Whoa. The fluids in my body all reversed direction. I lost my sense of balance, and everything I could see started to warp and twist out of shape. I simply couldn't endure it. Hang on. Shion had already disappeared. Then, that night, that phone call, who was that? She called me every night. She encouraged me. We vowed that we'd do our best to live on and not be erased. Yes, that should have been a phone call Shion. Should have been a phone call Shion, just over and over.
学校は平気で休むし、
Oh.
それを自宅に知らせても取り合ってもらえないから、学校もいちいち電話しない。そんなこんなで、彼女が失踪したことに気づくのに、だいぶ時間がかかったんですよ。
Felt the stabbing pain like needles were being pushed into every pore of my body. It started on my back and began spreading throughout the rest of me. When it had completely covered the surface of my skin, it began to worm its way inside my stomach as well.
ほら、覚えてませんか？綿流しの次の日に、私たち図書館でお会いしたでしょう。あの時、シオンさんもいましたよね。あれが最後の目撃なんです。あの後、彼女の所在は確認されてないんです。
そんなバカな。そんなバカな。
That day, Oishi-san had only caught me, and Shion bounded away, lying that she needed to go to work. And then he talked to her that night. Didn't she call me that night?
エンジェルモートっていうファミレスのバイトですよね。あの日から無断欠勤です。今日に至るまで全てを無断欠勤してるんです。お店の人も連絡を取ろうにも取れず困りきってましたよ。
そんなバカな。そんなバカな。
状況証拠だけですがね。図書館でお別れしてからバイト先に向かうまでこの間に失踪したと考えるのが妥当でしょうね。
Makes sense. Right after Shion ran away without me.
ご存知なかったみたいですね。なら先に話せばもっと話が早かったかな。
Fair.
もうこれでご理解いただけたでしょう。あとはあなただけなんです。あなただけが西宮殿に忍び込んだ4人の生き残りなんです。
It couldn't be. It just couldn't be.
次に何か起こるとすれば、それは、前原さん、どうかご理解を。
It can't be. It can't be. It can't be. Shion had already disappeared. He's still like trying to wrap his head around it. That couldn't be. It couldn't be. I talked to her the day before yesterday. I talked to her last night. She was going to call me again today. That was Shion on the phone. Shion on the phone. It was from Shion. From Shion.
シオンさんはとっくに失踪してるんです。次はあなたなんですよ。
Then who was on the phone those past nights? Who was on the phone those past nights? Who was on the phone those past nights?
そんな。バカな。
Oh, Keiichi's losing it, man. My dude is stressed. Yo, what's going on, man? Some crazy stuff. Can't we just go back to them all having fun at the restaurant, eating dessert, and beating up otakus? Can we go back to that? That was fun. That was a good time. I lay down on the couch and stayed there dazed for a while. My mind was completely blank. I couldn't think about anything for more than a few seconds. There was a note in my house saying that Mom and Dad would be home late and that I should have some ramen or something for dinner. I could make it whenever I got hungry, but I had no appetite, so I just stared blankly at the ceiling without eating anything. The hands of the clock were already pointing at 10. When I get another phone call like today, even though Shion had already disappeared, would she still call me? Where were they calling from, and who were they? Well, it's gonna be interesting if he does get a call. The more I thought about it, the more I started to tremble. I even thought about just disconnecting the phone line. If I had been thinking a little less logically, I really would have done it too. Hold on, Keiichi Maibara. Oishi-san admitted himself, didn't he? That Shion went missing a lot. Couldn't she have just gone to relatives that Oishi-san didn't know about and have been there ever since? Shion and I were both being targeted by somebody, so it wouldn't be strange to think that she went somewhere she usually didn't in order to hide. That must have been why Oishi-san couldn't locate her, and why he labeled her a disappearance. Yeah, that had to be it. But then how would she have talked to Kimiyoshi? Doesn't make any sense. Shion hadn't disappeared at all. Then my right hand moved of its own volition and slapped me on the cheek. Its cold sting let me calm down a little.
都合よく考えすぎるなよ、前原圭一。
That's right. I knew I didn't want to admit she had disappeared. Admitting it would mean that something terrifying was definitely happening. I just needed to figure out whether Shion was the one on the phone or not. Would I ask her if she was actually Shion? That seemed like an incredibly absurd thing to do.
でも、逃げるな、圭一。
If the person on the other end still believed that I thought she was Shion, then that gave me a tiny advantage. Casually, completely casually, I would listen to what she had to say. and fend her off. I would tear the skin off the monster. It would definitely be really scary for me. However, as the last survivor of the people who went to the storehouse that night, this was my duty to perform. Still, then who would call me and pretend to be Shion? I may have only heard her over the phone, but her voice shouldn't be that easy to replicate. That was definitely Shion's voice. It sounded just like her. It could have only been Shion. There was someone, though, wasn't there? Yeah, her, twin sister that could sound exactly like her and look exactly like her. Someone who sounded just like Shion. Mion. Who else could have done this? At this point, seriously, after all this time, all those little things that didn't quite make sense about Mion until now overwhelmed my mind. Like being questioned about sneaking to Ritual Storehouse, and how she shook the ladder while spouting curses. Who else could have? Why, though? Why would Mion... I thought back to things about the Sonozaki family that I had heard from Oishi-san and Shion. Mion was always entangled in the incidents, in a position where she was omnipotent. Some of that information included things that Shion had told me after she disappeared. I madly scratched in my head. Courage. Give me the courage. Just a little bit of courage to pick up the phone. I know it will ring tonight. It would be so easy to run away. That, though, would be the same as making it easy for them to erase me. I cannot run. I must stand up and face it. After all, the next sacrifice would definitely be me. I was sure Shion would use tricky words to try and trap me. Be careful. I'm scared. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. Poor guy. He's going through a lot. There it is. It's time. It is time, boys. At that point, it rang. The phone rang. I didn't know where the call was coming from. I love the build-up to just a phone call. Like, that's intense. I love it. Shion had disappeared. Disappeared a long time ago. Disappeared the night after Watanagashi. Yet, until today, she had been calling me like nothing happened. Now again, tonight, the people that disappeared, their corpses simply haven't been found. I really didn't think they were alive. So if it really was Shion on the other end, then that means she was calling me from another world? Bro, it's a bit too off the cuff there. Of course that couldn't be. A living being was calling me, pretending to be Shion. Shion was long gone, and yet as though she were alive and well, the phone continued its incessant ringing. I didn't want to pick it up if I didn't have to. I just concluded, though, that not doing so wouldn't solve anything. Then, what would I do after I answered it? Would I immediately declare she wasn't Shion and ask who she was? Alternatively, would I pretend I was still fooled and try to grab her by the tail? That'd probably be the best thing to do. Yeah. What I was most afraid of was that the person on the phone would do when she realized I knew she wasn't Shion. However, as long as I continued to let her think I was fooled, she wouldn't do anything extreme, right? If I just make sure to be careful, that should be the safest option. I've made up my mind. I'll answer the phone. Once I do that, I'll talk to her as if nothing happened. That wasn't all I'd do this time, though. I'd scope her out. Who was she? What was she thinking? And what was she after? Why was she doing this? Was she really the one who killed Tamataki-san and Takano-san? What happened to the mayor? What happened to Riki-chan and Satsuko? If I was calling somebody and it rang this much, I would have hung up like 5 minutes ago. Like, bro, answer the phone. I reached out for the receiver, my arm trembling. There were too many things I wanted to know. Too many things I wanted to ask. I was scared. I should start by picking up the phone. Pick it up, Keiichi. Pick it up, Keiichi. Do it.
もしもし。
Oh, how relieved I would have been if it hadn't been a call from Shion.
ケイちゃんです
Yeah,
か
but it is.
私ですシオンです
My momentary, convenient, and above all fleeting prediction was ripped into 1,000 pieces. I couldn't help shaking at this point. Get ready for this.
電話なかなか出なかったんでお留守かと思って切ろうとしてたんですよ
ごめん。ちょっとお風呂に入っててさ。
それでもご家族の方が電話を取りませんかひょっとしてケイちゃんの家今ご両親はお留守なんですか
Probably don't want to let anybody know that you're home alone. I failed. I let her in on a fatal piece of information that I was currently the only one at my house.
いや、別に留守ってわけじゃ。そんなことより聞いたか、リカちゃんとサトコの件。
There you go.
結局あの後どうなったんですか見つかったんですか
ああ、見つからなかった。
ケイちゃんどうか気を落とさないで
If Oishi-san hadn't let me know, then I might have allowed myself to shed a tear or two at Shion's considerate words. Instead, now that I had come to this, I couldn't take her words at face value. This person on the other end of the receiver, the more perfect the Shion they were, the more my blood curdled in fear.
リカちゃんとサトコはさらわれたんだよな。
はい、
Oh?
それは間違いないでしょうね。
Just how cruel and grave a meaning did those words hold? Their weight astonished me, and then a moment later I was overcome with numbness and felt like I would pass out. I had asked if Rika-chan and Sakuto had been kidnapped. Shion, in turn, had answered that there wasn't much doubt. That cruel meaning behind her words.
リカちゃんとサトコは。いや、ごめん。村長さんはさらわれてどうなったと思う？まだ生きてるんだろうか？
What happened to Rika-chan and Satsuko after they were kidnapped? That's what I wanted to ask, but I frantically caught myself. What if she had given that question, that terrifying response, in such a way to sound like it had nothing to do with her? I was scared of that, so I immediately brought up the mayor. That said, however much I talked about the mayor... Okay.
おいおい、そんなにあっさり。
That was, yeah, it was a bit quick.
人間をさらってその状態を維持するのってとても大変なことだと思います。
Okay.
人質にするんでもない限り、ヨンが済んだら殺しちゃうのが一番合理的じゃないかと。
It's a bit dark. The world started to bend so much I almost lost my balance. Rose sat down, scenery in my eyes whirled around and around like the hands of a clock, and tried to swallow me whole from below. Oh, I frantically put a hand on the wall to support myself. A moment later, a severe nausea welled up within me. How was she saying such things so lightly?
殺しちゃうって、そんなにあっさり。
Yo, this music!
人の命を何だと思ってやがるんだ。
Oh my god, this music just got so intense.
恐ろしいことだとは思いますが、多分そうではないかと。
If the mayor was killed, then did that mean the same had happened to Rika-chan and Satsuko? No, that couldn't. They weren't some random old man. It was Rika-chan. It was Satsuko. They couldn't kill them so readily.
リカちゃまとサトコちゃんも同じだと思った方がいいでしょう。
Cool. Yeah. Yep, that's about right. Those were the words I wanted to hear the least, and I fought them back with a scream of my own. Even though it wouldn't change anything, I still couldn't help but scream. Honestly, I would do the same. He sounds so sad. This time, the tears flowed. I'd been confronted with the most horrific outcome that I'd been trying to avoid considering ever since last night, and I cried. There was no longer any doubt that it was my fault. I killed them. I killed Rika-chan and Satsuko. I succumbed to the weakness of my own heart and confessed everything to Rika-chan. That's why they were killed. That meant I killed them. When Rika-chan looked at me with those innocent eyes, if only I hadn't given in. Even my voice gave out, and yet still, I cried. And cried.
ケイちゃん、どうか気を確かに。
Rika-chan and Satsuko, they've been killed. We couldn't even find their remains. I would never be allowed to even apologize to their faces. That was to be my punishment. Then how brutal a punishment it was. I think Shion tried to comfort me, but I didn't hear any of it.
そんなことでどうするんですか？次に狙われるのは確実に私かケイちゃんなんですよ。お願いですから、しっかりしてください。お願いします。お願いしますから。
Shion was shouting, imploring me with a voice that sounded like tears were in her eyes. However, I was coming to hate the sound of that voice more and more. This Shion killed them. I had no doubts that this person killed them. Why? Why?
どうしてだよ。どうして人をさらったり殺したりするんだよ。たたりだかなんだか知らないが、人の命ってのはそんなに安いのかよ。あっさり消したり殺したり。
ええ、全くです。悪魔ですよね。
I'd take a demon. I felt like crushing the receiver in my hand. How long did this person plan on acting like it was someone else's problem? There was magma in the pit of my stomach, and it felt like it was going to erupt at any moment.
なあ、シオン、教えてくれ。どうしてこのHinamizawaでは綿流しの夜に人が死ななければならないことになってしまったんだ。
それは私が知りたいです。
もうダム計画との戦いは終わったんだぞ。 なのにどうしてまだたたり足りないんだ。どうしてだよ。どうして理由があるなら言ってみろよ。
I was incoherent at this point. My emotions had broken through the dam inside of me, rushing forth, and I couldn't stop them. These were not simple questions, this was an interrogation. Shion herself hadn't realized it yet. It was just too funny. It was so funny that I couldn't stop crying.
ケイちゃんの気持ち、私もよくわかります。ダム闘争はとっくの昔に終わったんです。なのに毎年お社様のたたりという名の殺人と失踪が繰り返されている。なぜ？どうしてなんですか？全然関係ない人もいた。たたられるのに不相応な人だっていたのに、どうして？どうして？
それを俺が聞いてるんだ。
それを私だって知りたいんですよ。
Both our ragged breaths could be heard over the
いい
phone.
ですか？お社様のたたりなんて非現実的なものは初めから存在しません。ケイちゃんの言う通り、村の何者かがお社様のたたりというもっともらしい大義名分を利用して綿流しのたびに殺しと失踪を繰り返しているんです。奴らは狡猾でした。たたりを都合よく利用して村の旧敵を毎年2人ずつ消し去るシステムを構築していったんです。そしてこのシステムで今年は高野さんたちが殺された。
じゃあ2人で十分じゃねえかよ。どうして村長やリカちゃんや里子まで殺されなくちゃならないんだよ。それに俺は過去のことは今さらどうでもいいんだ。リカちゃんと里子がなぜ殺されなくちゃならなかったのか、どうしてなんだ。里子には打ち上げですらないんだぞ。どうして里子まで、どうしてなんだ。
A silence fell between us. Shion didn't answer for a while.
ケイちゃん、もういじめないでください。
A sob. Was Shion crying?
私だって何が何だかわからないんです。最後殿に忍び込んだあの晩から全てが変わってしまった。
It was the same for me. As I listened to Shion's bitter weeping, I could feel my agitation subsiding.
あの晩、高野さんたちが死んだと聞き、耳を疑いました。そしてすぐに気づいたんです。今度は自分が狙われる立場になったんだって。忍び込んだのは私たち4人。私とケイちゃんだけが都合よく許してもらえるわけがない。そう思った時、それがどれだけ心細くて恐ろしいことだったか、ケイちゃんにはわかりますよね。
There was nothing fake about her words. She'd even understood how I felt.
だから私、君吉のおじいちゃんに打ち明けたんです。私はみんなが入ってはいけないという西宮殿に面白半分な気持ちで踏み入ってしまいました。いけないことだとは分かっていましたが、本当に面白半分な気持ち、ちょっとした探検気分のつもりだったんです。一緒に入った高野さんたちはその後すぐに殺されてしまいました。それもあんなむごい最後。あの日からいつ私も襲われるのではないかと。君吉のおじいちゃんしか助けてくれる人がいません。だからおじいちゃん、助けてって。
But you didn't have time to even talk to him,
君
bro.
吉のおじいちゃん、怒らなかった。そしてにっこり笑って、しおんちゃんがちゃんと反省してるなら鬼隠しになんかなるものかって、本当に笑いながら任せなさいって。
Shion cried bitterly, recalling the beloved mare's death. It was such a sad voice that none who heard it could prevent it from twisting their hearts. Again, I did let my emotions take over and go off at her. Shion was in the same situation as me. She should have been my one and only comrade. Thump. My heart pounded. My other self, deep within my mind, whispered to me, "Don't forget Keiichi Maibara. Don't forget about the mare on the morning after Watanagashi." He was told of Takano-san and Tamataka-san's death over the phone and committed to a meeting that evening. He went to a hospital appointment. He didn't tell his family. He'd only made it back just in time for the meeting. He went straight to the assembly hall. That's what Oishi-san said.
いつ村長に打ち明けたんだよ。
Asking the important questions now.
ごめんな、シオン。悲しい気持ちのところに 追い打ちをかけるようで、シオンは打ち明けたんだよな。君吉のおじいちゃん、つまり村長に。
はい。
いつ打ち明けたんだよ。
I'd begun to get scared of saying it aloud after hearing her sad voice. I wasn't saying it was contradictory, though. Besides, if there was a contradiction, then I wanted Shion to explain it to me.
村長さんは重い痔を患ってて、病院にかかっていたという話は知ってるか？
ケイちゃん、それが何か？
答えてくれ。知らないなら知らないと答えればいい。
There was a momentary silence. Then, after stammering a few times, she replied,
痔だったのは知ってます。座るときとか辛そうでしたから。
病院に通ってたんだ。どこの病院かは知ってるよな？
ごめんなさい。それはちょっと知りませんけど。でも、ケイちゃん、それが一体何の。
Shion didn't know what hospital the mayor went to. That meant it was impossible for her to have gone all the way to the hospital to confess everything. Since she didn't know his destination, then she obviously couldn't have seen him on the train either. If there was any other chance for her to contact him, it would have been after he came to Hinamizawa. The train, however, had been delayed, and he only got back right before the meeting was about to start. He didn't have time. There wouldn't have been enough time for him to listen to Shion spill the beans.
単刀直入に聞きたいんだ。シオンはいつ村長に打ち明けたんだ？どこで？いつ？大雑把でいいから教えてほしいんだ。
ケイちゃん、なんでそんなことを。
She is not wanting to answer that question. Her sob pierced into my ears. I was taken by the illusion that I was bullying her. Even so, I'll say it. If I'm wrong, then please correct me. Please prove to me that you're still the real Shion.
ありえないんだよ。村長が失踪した日、朝から消えるまでシオンには接触できる機会はありえないんだ。
そんな。
村長は朝一で誰にも内緒の大学病院へ一人で診察に出かけた。シオンは今この病院を知らないと言った。だから帰ってくるまで村長と接触することはできないはずだ。そうだろう。帰りの電車が事故で遅れたので自宅に帰ってきたのは会合の始まる直前だった。つまり会合が始まるまでの時間にも打ち明ける時間的余裕はないんだ。
I'm nervously waiting for something to just happen. Because, like, I heard Shion repeating her weak sobs. That sort of feminine voice automatically ripped into my heart. It was so painful for me to say it.
シオンも一緒に会合に出たのか？そして会合の席上で打ち明けたのか？ここで打ち明けなきゃもう時間がないもんな。村長は帰宅途中で失踪するんだから。
Shion went to the meeting, didn't she? Did she or didn't she? The question was so simple to answer, but she didn't give me an immediate response.
実は会合にで。
あの日シオンが行くと言ったバイトすらもっと端的に言おう。君は俺と一緒に行った図書館以降誰にも目撃されていない。
ケイちゃん、
その崎シオンは綿流しの翌日に失踪したんだ。
The other end fell silent as the grave. It was so quiet that it was like the phone cord had been cut. I couldn't sense anyone there.
大石さんは君がすでに失踪していると言っているんだ。でもシオンはこうして毎晩俺に電話をかけてきてくれただろ。
Shion's sobs were torturing me. Still, I'm pretty sure I haven't said anything wrong.
頼むシオン、俺が言ったことが間違ってるならそうだと言ってくれ。シオン、頼むから。シオン、お前は村長に会ってなんかないんだ。もし会ったとしたなら。
If Shion ever did have the chance to meet with the mayor on that day, then that meant...
村長が会合を終えた後、すなわち失踪する直前、もしくは失踪してからしかありえないんだ。
Oh, I hate it. I hate it. Oh my god, that was a jump scare. That's terrifying. That is absolutely terrifying. I don't even want to click. Beep. Beep. Oh, she hung up? Oh, she hung up, dude. Went the dial tone. I stood there dazed for a while until I realized she'd hung up on me. Bro. Are you serious that they're ending the chapter right there? Dang. That is a way to start off the last chapter. Alright, the two final notes. Scrapbook note 11. The problem with twins. This is not limited to just Hinamizawa, but in Onagafuchi village especially. The three families detested giving birth to twins as successors. The long-term dictatorship built on the precarious balance of the three families must have feared collapsing under the weight of internal strife from things like family quarrels. According to the literature, if twins were born, then they had to be culled. With that, the very fact that both the Sonozaki family successor, Mian Sonozaki, and her twin Shion are alive is in itself deeply interesting. Perhaps the current leader, Oryo, is sympathetic. Of course, the twins were not cared for equally, and as the heir, Mian received special treatment. From what I've heard, despite the two of them looking exactly the same on the outside, the talent lies solely with Mian. My own observation of the two of them don't leave me with that impression. Tradition dictates that the leader of the Sonozaki family is said to inherit a demon, and they tattoo a magnificent one onto his or her back. In accordance with the tradition, there is an extremely high possibility that Mian has such a tattoo on her back. From what I've heard, there is apparently a magnificent demon tattooed on Orio's back as well. Then, I wonder what sort of tattoo belongs to the heir Mian. I really want to see her back. That's a bit creepy to end on. Takano was a freak, dude. Mahjong parlor, mahjong parlor. I need to learn how to play mahjong. Reserved for the day, Suzu Mahjong parlor. Clatter clack. That voice.
じゃあお母さん、すみませんね。
Oishi handed over a convenience store bag with a carton of cigarettes in it to the old lady who owned the mahjong parlor, and she shrewdly made herself scarce. She was used to this by now.
おいさん、お疲れ様っす。
なんだ、みんな真面目に待ってたんですか？さんまでもやってりゃよかったのに。
Everyone sitting at the mahjong tables in the small parlor were Oishi's subordinates, and there were no tiles laid out anywhere.
皆さん、連日の不眠不休の捜査、本当にお疲れ様です。
Energetic responses filled the parlor. Already, it had lost the atmosphere of a place of entertainment.
状況は芳しくありません。所長が園崎系議員の恫喝に屈したそうです。近日中に高野殺しはお隣の県警さんに譲り、村長たちの失踪は行方不明扱いで生活課に委ねるようです。
That damn upstart chief. The veterans in the room cursed him.
請求した令状もすべて却下されました。課長からは園崎家界隈には近づくなとまで言われています。いやいや困ったもんです。
They really want to check out that house,
ちな
don't
み
they?
に私には来週から警視庁への研修命令が出るそうです。その後は余った有給を伊豆で消化しろとまで言われています。
Damn, he's like forcibly being taken off the case.
そう
Damn.
いうのも悪くないですね。
I mean, a free paid vacation's nice, but he heard a few dry laughs. It wasn't anything to laugh about, but that was all they could do.
いつもそうですが、事件と車のキーの閉じ込めはよく似ていま
True.
す。
That's a good comparison.
車なら修理業者を呼んで扉をこじ開ける。事件なら、熊ちゃん、図面を。
Kamagai flipped over the whiteboard. On the back was a map of the Sonozaki premises made with magnets.
私もずーっとこの商売をやってます。勘には自信があるつもりですがね。退職金が欲しい方は、私が10数える間に席を外してください。
Oishi began to count to 10, and everyone counted along with him. It was their famous 10-count resolution.
9、10。
No one's leaving.
皆さん、
Oh, he's still
ご家
talking.
族はもっと大切にしてくださいよ。
Love this guy. That's some camaraderie ship, dude. Everyone laughed uproariously, cheering things up.
各自、手元の資料を確認。監視カメラの所在と資格を叩き込んでください。熊ちゃんは指揮者で待機。非常時は私に代わって指揮をお願いしますよ。 小宮山君は突入 A 班、敦君は突入 B 班を指揮。監視班は1から8まで所定の位置で監視を。ボンチ君はタイムテーブルを厳守。秘書に怪しまれないようローテを管理してください。さて、待機中の班が一番大仕事ですよ。課長に私の所在を聞かれたらとぼけてください。
Their
ゲスト
laughter.
のエスコート役は私がやります。きっと会場へ連れて行きますので、皆さん気長に待っててください。
落ちるっすかね、前原圭一は。
私の見たところじゃ、明日明後日には行けそうですよ。
So are they, I guess at this point, after his last call with Shion, I guess that's probably the smartest thing to do was we should bring him into it and maybe bring him over there or something. Try and infiltrate that way. Interesting. Alright, let's finish this.
ケイチ、ケイチ。
放っておいてやれ。友達が行方不明になったんだ。気の毒にな。
Normally, my dad never shows me any consideration, but this time he did.
うちの圭一もしばらくの間学校を控えた方がいいんじゃないのか？警察が何とかするまで外出を控えた方が安全だと思うぞ。
Yeah, but at the same time, it's like having everybody together in one spot also makes sense. I don't
そ
know.
うね。もしもってことに比べたら、学校を何日かお休みにするくらい。
それよりもこんな物騒な事態になったら学校なんか休校にするのが筋じゃないのか？
You could look at it either way.
まったく学校の先生方は人の子を何だと思ってるんだ。
Mom and Dad were getting pretty riled up, but at this point I couldn't care less. Besides, that wasn't the only thing I couldn't care less about. The breakfast table, the food in front of me, the time and date, myself. I really had no interest in anything. This feeling, it was like a dead fog in my mind. It felt like getting dizzy after taking strong medication.
圭一、学校の勉強はどうなんだ？圭一の方が進んでるくらいじゃないのか？もしそうなら、しばらくお休みしてもいいんだぞ。
I didn't even feel like answering. Today was Thursday. Only 4 days had passed since the Watanagashi festival. Blows my mind, it's only been 4 days. Like, so much has happened in those 4 days. And I'm guessing this is just the morning of the 4th day, too. Wow. Such a short time, and yet now things were completely different. Everything had changed. The tranquil village, bright and clear as if it were an Indian summer, had undergone a total reversal. People were made to disappear every night, and we couldn't even relax when walking out in broad daylight. The village had become a world of fear. I had no right to curse this outcome. After all, the one responsible for everything was me. That night, I couldn't resist my honestly tiny, little, incredibly stupid curiosity, and broke the taboo.
ここは入ってはいけないところなんだろう。やめようぜ。鍵がかかっているのを勝手に開けて押し入るなんて、たとえ物を盗まなくったって犯罪なんだぞ。
True. If only this was how it went
シオン
down.
だってこれが密会現場じゃないと分かったなら十分だろう。
If
俺は
only.
こんなのには全然興味はないんだ。こんなところにいる間にリカちゃんの演舞が終わっちゃったらどうするんだよ。
I prattled on as I took the lock from Tamataka's hands and put it back on the door. I'll forget everything I saw here, so come on. Let's go, let's go. Takano-san was fretting, but I pushed her away. She looks pissed. Tamataka-san grinned painfully. Shion's shoulders drooped as if to call me an idiot. Even so, I didn't care. I pushed everyone farther and farther away. Rikichen's dance was still going on. Then at last, her dance was brought to a close with a roaring applause. I, too, until my hands turned red, I clapped, and I clapped. If only that's how it went, man. Ding dong.
レナちゃんじゃない？いつもの時間だから迎えに来たんじゃない？
I looked up at the clock. It was 5 minutes past my time to meet with Rena. She is super punctual, dude.
圭一、しばらく学校を休んだ方がいいんじゃないのか？
そうだね。気を使ってくれてありがとう。
I rose from my seat. I went to the entrance to greet Rena.
おはよう。今日から集団登校だから。遅れちゃダメだよ。
Ah, that's right. If we, the ones farthest away, were to be late, the younger kids on the way there would be waiting for us.
俺さ、今日からしばらく休むことにするよ。学校。
She sounds so sad. Rena answered shortly, nodding.
ケイチくんが自分の体に一番優しい過ごし方を 選ぶべきだと思う。
She is such a kind and understanding friend. Like, everybody needs a friend like Ren in their life.
だから別に引け目を感じることなんかないと思うな。あ、それからこれ回覧板、お母様に渡しておいてくれるかな。いろいろ大事なお知らせがあるみたいだから。
I took the notice. There were a lot more pages than normal. The one on top announced the disappearance of the mayor, Rika-chan and Satsuko, and that he wanted any information about them. It made my heart ache.
警察も必死に探してくれてる。きっと見つかるから待ってよね。
Brenna said, smiling in an attempt to give me courage. Rather than that, though, her smile looked like it was because she herself wanted to believe they were safe.
レナは俺を問い詰めないんだな。
うん。
レナは知ってるんだろ。
She's known this entire time.
俺があの晩。
She's absolutely known this entire time.
西宮殿に忍び込んだことか
Mm-hmm.
な。
Yep, she knew. I was speechless for a moment, but then I bit my lip, made up my mind, and nodded a little.
筒抜けなんだな。まったく悪いことはするもんじゃないよ。
みーちゃんはすごく怒ってたよ。
So she was upset. I suppose she would have been.
でもね、きっとみーちゃんが怒ってたのはそれを隠していたことだと思うの。
Fair. Like they were like, BFFs.
圭一くんは自分から言い出して謝らなくちゃいけなかったんじゃないかな。
I should have told her myself and apologized. That troubled me. Just 1 week ago, I did something that I myself should have apologized to Mion for. I'd hurt her badly. However, I hadn't realized that at all. Plus, with all the confusion that Shion's appearance had brought, I still hadn't been able to talk to Mion about it.
レナの言う通りだな。俺はいつもレナに教えられるまで
No.
何も気づかなくて。
That's why you learn from your mistakes, friend.
圭一くん、もしもだよ。もしも圭一くんが悪いことをしたことをすぐに認めてみーちゃんに謝っていたら、リカちゃんとさとこちゃんはいなくならずに済んだのかな。
Ooh. I couldn't answer right away. I couldn't admit to that. Wasn't Rena telling me right now, though, that I should have admitted my crime sooner? If I had done that and apologized, would things not have gone in such a horrible direction? Rena's eyes were filled with kindness, but they weren't naive enough to forgive me for keeping silent, and they stared fixedly into my own.
ああ、そうだ。
If I had admitted my crime sooner, then Rika-chan and Satsuko wouldn't have had to die or disappear. Oh. Smack! The palm of Rena's hand slapped me in the cheek. I stood there unmoving, my head still tilted in the direction I'd been hit. It didn't hurt at all.
誰も圭一くんのことを叱らなかったと思う。
Nobody
だから
has.
私が代わりに圭一くんを叱るね。
I pressed a hand to my cheek, now warm with embarrassment, and quietly stared down at Rena's feet.
入ってはいけないところに勝手に入るのはとても悪いこと。
She's really giving a lecture. That's amazing.
それはわかる？
ああ、
返事ははいだよ。
Oh, damn. Alright.
圭一くん。
はい。
そしてもっと悪いのは自分が悪いことをしたのを認めないこと。悪いことをするのはとてもいけないことだけど、それを認めて謝らないことはもっともっと悪いことなんだよ。
It's true. You learn from that.
僕が悪かったです。
For a few moments, Rena stared at me silently and intently, as if gauging my remorse. Then finally, the tension in her face softened, and she smiled.
じゃあもう時間だから私は行くよ。
ああ、
回覧板お母様に渡しておいてね。あと回覧板は暗くなったら持っていかないようにって注意付きだから。
I bent down to pick up the notice, which I dropped when she slapped me. Pages had come out of the clasp and were now making a mess on the floor. I gathered them up one by one. My hand stopped at a single, more light-hearted page with peaceful sentences dancing on it. We still have plenty of homemade soy sauce in stock. Feel free to come to the Sonozaki house if you want some. Yo.
なんだこれ。
Oh. I picked up the page and scanned the rest of it. They were stockpiling high-quality soy sauce they got from faraway relatives in the Akita prefecture. They had gotten a big shipment recently. They couldn't use it all, so they wanted anyone who wanted some of it to feel free to come over, is what it said. As a PS, it said it arrived in barrels, and to please bring a 2-liter bottle or other container for it. That's how it tied together. Son of a bitch.
醤油をもらいに行くなら園崎家か。レナ、お前ひょっとして知ってたんじゃ。
うん、知ってた。
Ah. Now, Rena's smart, dude. I would want her as a detective in, like, anything. Rena had already been suspicious of Mion as soon as she noticed that the big bottle of soy sauce was missing. Rika-chan had taken the bottle and gone to Mion's house, and there she was erased. Rika-chan wasn't coming back, so Satsuko called Mion's house since she knew where she had gone, and then Satsuko got called there as well. That meeting on the day the mayor disappeared, didn't Oishi-san say that the 3 families participated in it? The 3 families would include the Sonozaki family. Didn't he also say that the current leader was really old, so her heir Mion frequently stood in for her at public appearances? While the mayor was returning from the shrine, Mion called out and stopped him. She talked to him and invited him to their house, and then she made him disappear. It was probably even simpler to make Shion disappear. Shion was part of the Sonozaki family. They probably knew exactly what she was doing at all times. I'm sure they even knew her part-time job schedule, too. Thinking back, wasn't that Angel Mort store manager by the Sonozaki family? Setting up an ambush for her there wouldn't have been any trouble at all.
俺、ミオンのところへ行く。謝ってくるよ。もう全部終わりにしてもらう。
Can't you just like, yo, I'm gonna square up?
ミオンはきっと簡単には許してくれないだろうけど、もうこれ以上誰も犠牲にならないように頼んでくる。
One thing that I really love about this story, just in general, and even from like what I've done before playing the visual novels, is it has a lot of good life lessons. And this is definitely one of them. Like, if you mess up in life or do something bad or do something wrong, admit to it. Don't try to hide it. Admit to it, learn from your mistakes, and you move forward. Or else your friends could get murdered over soy sauce. That's life. You'll learn from that. With that decided, there was no need for me to be lazing around here. I put on my shoes and slipped past Rena to exit the house. When she stopped me.
私も行くよ。
Aw.
レナ、学校はいいのかよ。
学校なんかよりもっと大切な用事だよ。
レナは来るな。この上、レナまで巻き込まれたら、俺は頭がどうにかなってしまうかもしれない。
Rena didn't move her arm, which was blocking my way.
ケイチ君までいなくなったら、私も頭がどうにかなってしまうかもしれない。
Aw.
だから、ケイチ君だけを行かせない。
Rena argued boldly as tears welled up in her eyes. I saw them and I knew the strength of her resolve. She can also probably like lift you up and just carry you there.
わかった。行こう。ありがとう、レナ。
Rena nodded slightly but firmly, and finally let down the arm blocking me. Let's go. To Mion's house. I'll apologize for the crimes I've committed. Then we'll put an end to these twisted days. After that, I'll pray that once more we can return to those fun, lively days. With Rena following me, I left the house. In front of the house, there was a car waiting. It was Oishi-san. Of course, he's right there all ready to go.
おはようございます。前原さん、それからリュウさんも朝から羨ましいですね。
Even in like, you know, how messed up everything is, this dude just got a sense of humor. What a truly praiseworthy man he was. If he had been lying in wait so early in the morning just to pressure me into talking. On this morning, though, maybe this was actually a good opportunity.
警察の方ですよね。
ありゃ、リュウグさんには名乗ってません
Oh
で
yeah,
し
I
た
don't think they've actually met.
これは失礼しました。
I think briefly when he went into like when they were together at like 3 a.m. having miso soup after looking for Rika and Satsuko that night.
私、沖宮署の大石と申します。どうぞよろしく。
大石さんに喋るのか？
うん。ケイチ君の罪は私の平手だけであがなえるけど、
my palm is enough punishment for your crime.
兄ちゃんの罪はこの人たちにあがなってもらわなくちゃいけない。
Pain and sadness. I looked down as those emotions built up in my heart.
大石さんにお話があります。
はてはて、どんなお話でしょうか。ここで立ち話します？それとも車の中でしますか？
My dude just loves talking in his car. I only continued to look down weakly. All I could do was be thankful for how dependable Rena was. At Rena's urging, I revealed everything to Oishi-san. The latter, while making sure to throw in murmurs that he was paying attention every now and then, took notes. We continued that way for a while.
どうです。話したら、なんだか胸がすっきりしたんじゃないですか？
Oishi-san asked us while scratching his head with his ballpoint pen. Of course I don't feel better. The price that had been paid up until now for me not owning up to my crimes had been so immense. But as long as that payment wasn't returned, the load on my chest could never be removed. His radio started to emit static.
はい、もしもし、大石です。
No.
はいはい。引き続き見
Honestly,
張りお
they're
願いしま
already
す。
seeing me on as their target. Perfect timing.
Ne 答えに窮したら、実は居眠りしてて起こさないように言われてるとか。
Morning nap. Nice. The radio grew
い
silent.
や、失礼。仕事の連絡でした。
今園崎家前は動きなしって言ってましたよね。
ありゃん、そんな風に聞こ
It
えちゃい
sounded
ま
like
した。
that. It was exactly what he said.
そりゃ困ったな。秘密にしてくださいよ。課長から内定の許可はもらってないんですから。
Oishi-san had suspected Mion for a long time.
事情聴取も家宅捜査も、とにかく何に
Sucks
も
that they're
許
so
可
like.
が下りないんですよ。
This probably would have been solved so much sooner if they
園崎本家
were
を
just
守ろ
able
うとい
to
う
do things.
園崎家の防衛機能がガッキガキに作用しちゃってるらしくて、令状がなくちゃ私たち現行犯以外は何にも手出しできませんからね。
大石さんってひょっとして。
Rena's tone of voice alone was enough to make her spite clear as she stared at Oishi-san.
園崎家に踏み込めないものだから圭一君に踏み込ませようとしてたんじゃないですか。
Ah, she figured it out.
それはどういう意味だ？
Yo, Rena's so smart.
この人は私の想像通りならとても卑劣な人。
And sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. You're hurting my
人聞きが
reputation.
悪いですね。でもお説は拝聴しますよ。
Oishi-san lit a cigarette and responded to Rena, wearing an expression implying he was calm and willing to let her comments slide.
あなたは令状が取れないけれどみーちゃんが怪しいとずっと狙いをつけていた。圭一君を焚きつけて園崎家へ向かわせようと企んだ。そして圭一君に何かがあればそれを口実に踏み込むつもりだった。そうでしょう。
I only understood about half of what Rena was saying. I knew, however, that Oishi-san had been trying to use me.
その結果圭一君が襲われるかもしれないのに恥知らず。これが警察のやり方なの？
Yo, Rena's pissed.
いやいや、こりゃ飛んだところに名探偵がいたもんです。
Right? Like, she is smart,
い
dude.
やはやいやはや。あなた、うちの試験受ける気ありません。
I can imagine Rena would be a good
刑
detective.
事課配属の推薦状書いてあげてもいいですよ。
卑劣感。
Jeez. Rena spoke quietly, her words dripping with hostility.
私もいろんな悪口を言われたもんですが、若いお嬢さんの短い一言が一番答えますよ。
でも結果として今日までみーちゃんを逮捕しなかったことには感謝しておきますね。
そりゃどうも。
Oishi-san seemed to be enjoying this exchange with Rena. The things this man thought were like a swamp. I could barely see past the surface. It reminded me again of how much I disliked him.
さて、その園崎美音さんの親友であらせられるお二人は、
I mean, they were gonna go to her
これか
house
らどう
anyway.
するつもりです？私が証拠固めを終えて、令状が請求できるまでのんびり待っててくれるわけ
Of
で
course
す
they're
か
not
ら。
going to.
そんなの待ちません。私たちが行ってみーちゃんを自首させます。
That's right. If she turned herself in rather than be arrested, she might get a lighter sentence. At this point, perhaps that was the only pity I could find in me to afford her.
さてさて、 そんなにうまくいくでしょうかね。
Fingers crossed it
下手すりゃ
does.
あなたたちも無事では済まないかもしれませんよ。
Oishi-san was measuring our resolve. So in a strong voice I declared.
そんなのは覚悟の上です。
Oishi-san gave us an unpleasant yet seemingly satisfied grin. It was then that I realized this man was trying to use us for his own convenience.
もし私たちに何かあったならそれを口実に踏み込んでください。犯人を取り逃がさないようにぐるりと取り囲んでくださるのが一番の希望なんですが。
竜宮さんは交渉も上手です。
She really is.
参りましたよ。降参です。
どういうことだよ。
警察の人がみーちゃんの家を包囲しておいてくれるならこれが万が一の時の保険になるの。万が一の時の。
This way they can, well, worst case scenario, if Mion somehow killed them both and tried to flee, she'd be caught no matter what. Plus, it would be another way of pressuring Mion to give herself up, wouldn't it?
ああ、大石より熊ちゃんへ。大石より熊ちゃんへ。お友達が2人、園崎家へ遊びに行きます。
What a way to word
増
it.
援をかけられるよう準備だけよろしく願います。
Their altogether too short conversation implied that our questioning was already a part of their plans. Of course it
では、
was.
参りましょうか。お茶菓子でも買っていき
Buy
ます。
some tea biscuits. Neither Renan nor I went along with Oishi-san's stupid joke. Well, it would have been nice to, like, bring tea biscuits with them to go visit their friend, right? Yeah, that would be great. I'm sure everything's gonna be fine, and it's gonna go over well, and Mion's just gonna give herself up right away. It's gonna be fantastic. Yay. Oishi stopped the car at the place where we always waited for Mion. Come to think of it, I've never been to Mion's house before. I've only heard that it's right down this road.
お送りできるのはここまでです。情報では、園崎本家は自宅周辺に監視カメラをかなり配置しているらしいんですよ。でもご安心を。何度か資格をついて突入できる位置に若いのが何人か待機してます。指向性マイクで中を伺ってますから、お二人が大きな悲鳴を上げてくだされ
Give a
ば
loud scream.
すぐにわかりますよ。
Jeez.
絶対に説得しますから自首を認めてくださいね。
Brennan is so confident. In both our eyes was determination. It was the only method available to us for lightening the sins of our good friend.
くれぐれも注意してください。今さら信じないでしょうが、できることならあなたたちに犠牲になってほしくないんですから。
本当に今更だな。
With that rude response, we left the car. The clinging humidity and voices of the cicadas greeted us. I'd never have expected this would be happening today.
行こうケイチ君。
Renan took the lead and began to walk. Down the road I'd never been.
レナはミオンの家には行ったことがあるんだよな。
うん何度もあるよ。とても大きな家でね。お庭なんか山が丸ごと入るくらいあるんだよ。松茸が取れるとかなんとかで、
Oh,
いつもは柵がしてあるんだけどね。
that sounds lovely. Big enough to fit a mountain, that was amazing. One of the three families controlling Hinamizawa, and the head family of the Sonzaki clan. Perhaps there was something to be said about its magnitude. The path continued onward, level and uneventful. There were metal fences along its edges, and beyond them were woods with trees growing thickly. The fences were high. The tops of them bent inward, sticking out like sharp spears. Plus, there was dangerous-looking barbed wire wrapping them. No one could look at them and not feel intimidated. In addition, there were signboards hung up there and here and there along the fence. Private property of the Sonzaki family. Entrance forbidden. Beware of venomous snakes. Active security cameras. Intruders would be charged an entry fee of 1 million yen. Oh my
この
god.
森、いや
It's insane.
いや丸々庭なのか。
庭というか領地だね。見ての通り私有地ではあるけど手入れも何もしてないから散策ができるような気持ちいい森というわけでもないし。
She could say that again. It really did feel like a neglected savage woodland. It was dark and damp and certainly not a forest that made you want to go for a nice walk. Maybe that's just what happens when a landowner has too much land. Pretty much. Like Oishi-san said, there were security cameras hung up all over the place. Though they had been weathered by wind and rain, casting doubt as to whether they were even functional.
俺たちが来るの、ミオンはあれを通して見てるんだろうか。
Probably.
見てないと思うな。 だ
Oh
って
no?
みーちゃんの家は基本的におばあちゃんとみーちゃん本人の2人しか住んでないんだもの。カメラを見張ってる人がいないし。
What a useless security system.
みーちゃんのお父さんがいろいろ大変な人みたいでね。だから一族がみんなで集まるときにはちゃんと機能しているらしいよ。
That's right. Mion's father, he was a big shot Yakuza, wasn't he? Rena smoothly danced around the answer she explained. At last, a huge gate as big as I'd imagined appeared. Was she living by herself with a grandmother in a house with such a grand gateway?
いるかな。
Beep. The old buzzer made a dull sound. Was it cut off in the middle and not getting to the house? We waited long enough without a response for me to start thinking like that. However, we finally heard footsteps walking through the gravel on the other side of the gate. I nervously balled my hands, my palms now sweating into fists. There was the clang of a bolt being released, and the gate opened slightly. The person peeking out of the gap was none other than Mion.
こんな時間に珍しいね。二人とも学校は？
Mion didn't seem at all that surprised at visitors arriving in the morning, which wasn't a normal time. In fact, she almost seemed relaxed, as if she knew we were coming beforehand.
学校は休んだよ。
ケイちゃんはともかく、レナも二人とも不良なんだからな。
Mion smiled lightly, in the way that the Mion we knew always did.
立ち話もなんでしょ。入りなよ。
She gestured for us to follow her. I hesitated for a moment, looking at Rena.
行こう。
Rena smiled cheerfully as if she were passing through the gate of a good friend's house, and then did just that. I rallied myself and then go through the gate too. On the other side, it hadn't been maintained very well, but it was clear that the lot was magnificently wide. It wasn't quite what you'd think of when you hear mansion, but it was very clearly a vast place.
ケイちゃんはうちに来るの初めてだったっけ？
ああ、でけえ家じゃねえか。
今時合掌造りなんて流行らないよ。観光資源にはなるかもしれないけどね。私は早くごくごく平均的な鉄筋コンクリートに建て替えてほしいと思ってるよ。
It does look pretty cool though, like the oldie design. Mion dryly smiled as she said that, then closed the gate and relocked the heavy bolt.
気にしないで。最近は物騒だからね。日中でもこれくらいはしておかないと。
Mm-hmm.
ああ、そうだな。
Sure you do. Maybe it was my imagination, but I thought I saw the hint of a shadow in her smile.
では、ご案内申し上げます。どうぞこちらへ。
Mion bowed to us like a worker at a high-class hotel, then pivoted on her heel and began to walk. Rena gripped my stiffening arm lightly.
ケイチくん、硬くなりすぎかな。私たちはみーちゃんに会いに来たんだよ。そんなに緊張することはないんだから。
That's right. When I get nervous, I tend to let everything show on my face. I'll stop tensing up. Even if something were to happen, there were two of us. Oishi-san's subordinates were waiting outside the gate for us, too. There was nothing to worry about. After thinking about that much, I realized my nervousness was already gone and laughed at myself.
なんだこりゃ。ミオン、この新聞紙の上に置いてある漬物石はなんだ。邪魔だぞ。
There was a pile of newspapers on the floor of the entrance, and there was a large rock on top of them. I didn't understand why something like that was here. Renan noticed me looking down at it questioningly and giggled.
レナは知ってるのか？これはなんだ？何かのおまじないか？
ケイちゃんがよくわからないなら、それをどかしてそこに靴を脱いでもいいんだけど。
ケイチくん、その石の真上にね、ツバメの巣があるの。
Oh.
え？あ、本当だ。
人様の家なのにツバメが勝手に入ってきて巣を作ってるってわけ。
Oh, that's nice.
代々語り継いでるのか。季節になると決まってここに巣を作るんだよ。迷惑してるんだけどね。
つまりね、そこはツバメの糞とかが落ちてきて危ないから靴を脱がないようにっていう目印なの。
Now it all makes sense. I couldn't help but laugh at this silly contrivance. My laughter naturally spread to the other two.
園崎家も大昔養蚕とかやってたことがあるらしくてね。ご先祖様はツバメ退治に躍起になったそうだけどね。それを思うとこれはちょっと罰当たりなのかな。ま、上がって上がって。
The inside of the house wasn't very bright at all. was dimly lit, in fact, but mysteriously, I could still feel an elegance to the place. Mion seemed to want a more modern building, but traditional houses like this aren't bad either.
冗談でしょ。隙間風は入るし、冬場は寒いし。
I can
人
imagine.
の家を勝手に文化財にして改築を妨害しないでもらいたいね。一番の理想はケイちゃんの家でしょ。あれは羨ましいよな。冬場は暖かそうだし。あ、でも雪下ろしは大変かもね。
雪下ろしは大変って、そんなに雪が降るのか？緯度は関東より南なくらいだろ？ここいらって暖かい土地なんじゃないのか？
Yeah, it's a bit surprising.
ケイチくん知らないの？ひなみ沢は豪雪地帯なんだよ。大雪が降るとみんな埋まっちゃうの。玄関なんか埋まっちゃう時もあるんだよ。
Damn.
止めた車が完全に埋まっちゃって見つからないことだってあるんだから。
That's an insane amount of snow. I wasn't aware of that. Hinamizawa was that bad a place in the winter? Come to think of it, my dad. He said something like, this place got plenty of snow so we could have fun building igloos. Still, your front door getting buried? Not being able to find your car? That's way too much snow. How much did you expect? If your dad said to build igloos, man, that's so much snow.
地理の授業で習ったでしょ。日本海側は大陸からの寒風がそのまま流れてくるからね。山脈で遮られてぬくぬくしてるような軟弱な太平洋側とはわけが違うんだから。
俺、軟弱でもぬくぬくでもなんでもいい。
You're right.
寒いのは嫌だ。
これは今年の冬はケイちゃんを寒さに慣らすための強化合宿が必要だね。
It's heartbreaking to see them all talking like everything's fine.
嫌だ嫌だ、全力で嫌だ。寒いのは嫌いだ。強化合宿も嫌いだ。両方合わさったらもっと嫌いだ。
Mion laughed more uproariously than she ever had, then told us she'd bring out some tea and left her seat for the moment.
でもね、冬は冬で楽しいことがいっぱいあるんだよ。
I think they're still just continuing with this
冬の部活
conversation.
もね、きっと楽しいんだよ。
2 out of 5 of your members are 100% dead. 1 is gonna go to prison. Don't think it's gonna be that fun, dude.
冬の部活か。実に嫌な響きのある部活だぞ。寒中水泳やら、雪中行軍やら。ここはいつから八甲田山になったんだ。
確かに冬場の罰ゲームは辛いのが多いね。雪が降ってる校庭でリオのカーニバルをさせられたことある。
A Rio carnival in the schoolyard while snow was falling? That sounds horrible. I see the terror of our club cared not for the season. The victor would be decided by who could best adapt to the winter-only events.
雪合戦もやるし、かき氷の大食いとか雪中宝探しとか。
That does sound
だ
fun,
か
though.
ら、なんで外で遊ぶんだよ。雪が降ってんだから、ぬくぬくとお部屋でテーブルゲームで遊べばいいじゃないかよ。
ケイチくん、そんなこと言ってると冬場はいっぱい負けちゃうかもね。
It's so sad. Like, they're talking like everything's fine.
ケイチくん、罰ゲームいっぱいでレナは負けない。
I just want them to be
買
happy,
う
dude.
じゃねえ。
Settle things with a cross chop to the head.
盛り上がってるな。壁が薄いんだからぶち抜かないようにしてよね。
The paper sliding door opened and Mion returned with a pot and a complete tea set.
お茶受けはごませんでいい？羊羹とか気の利いたものがなくて申し訳ないね。
あ、いいよいいよ。別にお茶を飲みに来たわけじゃないし。
And with those words, the smile disappeared from Rena's face. Ah, she did it. That one careless statement reminded us of what we had nearly been able to forget. I wanted to enjoy this peaceful time for a little longer, but we put an end to that with those honestly careless words. When she noticed the smile disappear from Rena's expression, Mion, too, changed hers. It was as if the cheerful air, that was like a warm spring day until a moment ago, had slipped through the cracks in the paper door, and altogether disappeared. There was no point in regretting it now. We did not come here today to chat and enjoy ourselves. Mion silently poured the tea. During that time, both Ren and I sat kneeling without uttering a word.
どうぞ召し上がれ。
We couldn't even mutter a word of acknowledgement at those natural words of courtesy.
毒なんか入ってないよ。そこまで信用ないかな。信頼だね。
I mean, with what you've been doing, yeah. Mian gave a bitter smile at that and let her shoulders droop. Just awkward silence. We all remained silent. We remained silent, hoping that someone else would speak up first. That was, however, the one thing we didn't want to do, and so we sat for a long time. At last, Mian smiled scornfully and opened her mouth to speak.
おいおい、ケイちゃんもレナも客はそっちなんだよ。用があって来たんじゃないの。そっちから切り出してくれなきゃおじさんも困っちゃうんだけどな。
Ren and I exchanged glances, and we both resigned ourselves. Rena opened her mouth to speak first, so I stopped her.
ケイチ君。
いいんだ。俺は来るべくして来たんだ。俺から喋らせてくれ。
うん、わかった。
ケイちゃんが私に何の話かな。お宅のお嬢さんを私にください。
Oh, man.
ダメだよ。うちのレナはケイちゃんとは釣り合わないね。味噌汁で顔を洗って出直しておいで。
Afterwards, I thought her mean remarks were Mian's way of showing consideration. Mian had said those mean things in a totally normal voice, and it drained the tension from my shoulders.
まず謝ることがある。
ケイちゃんが何を？
Mian pretended she didn't know what I was talking about, but I had clearly gotten my point across.
綿流しの晩、俺は神社の西宮殿に入ったんだ。
I could see Mian's expression immediately become harder.
入ってはいけない場所だったのは知ってた。でもほんのちょっとした探検のつもりで悪気はなかったんだよ。でもいけないことだったんだよな。謝る。この通り。
To display my deepest sincerity, I pressed my forehead to the table. I'd meant it as my way of prostrating myself. I figured it wouldn't feel sincere enough if I raised my head right away, so I let it there on the table for a while. Mian didn't say anything. With my face down, I couldn't tell what sort of expression Mian had. Only the voices of the cicadas filled the room. Mixed with them, I could hear the sound of the clock ticking. That was all. When I started to struggle to breathe from having my head down for so long, Mian told me to stop.
参ったな。いきなり直球勝負で来るとは思わなかったよ。参った参った。
I looked up to see that Mian's face was calm, but she was smiling faintly.
ケイちゃんにとっては面白半分の探検でも、それが笑い事では済まないと思ってる人たちも大勢いるってことを。それでいいよ。業に入りては業に従えって昔から言うもんね。
あれからもう何日も経ってる。今更だとは思うが謝る。悪かった。許してくれ。
I could feel pitiful tears welling up within me. If I had done this sooner, maybe nothing terrible would have happened.
いいよ。ケイちゃんが悪いことをしたと思ったならそれでいいんじゃない？
Mian spoke like it was someone else's problem, and I wasn't happy about it.
みーちゃん、ケイチ君はちゃんと真面目に謝ってるんだよ。みーちゃんも真剣に答えてあげるべきじゃないのかな。
私は真剣だよ。レナには私が不真面目そうに見える？
Not really.
見えるよ。
Rena was giving her tit for tat, and so the room's atmosphere quickly began to grow sharper. She was right. Even though I came here to speak from the heart like this, it's felt like she hasn't been taking this seriously. Obviously, Rena isn't fond of that.
ケイチ君、もういいよ。全部話そう。みーちゃんもそれを望んでいるようだし。
I had known it would turn out like this from the beginning. Hadn't I come here prepared for that? I mustered my willpower and bit my lip.
ミオ、おとといリカちゃんとサトコを呼んだろ。
覚えはないけど、そう思うに足る根拠があるなら聞かせてもらえる？
夕方過ぎのお夕食前の時間、リカちゃんが来たはずだよ。お醤油の大瓶を持ってお裾分けしてもらいに。
Mion was trying to keep from showing any reaction, but I didn't miss her eyelid twitching just a little bit.
どうしてそう思う？
そんなに難しい話じゃない。みーちゃんも見たでしょ？リカちゃんの部屋。
Mion put a finger to her forehead and acted like she was thinking.
冷ややっこがあるのにお醤油がなかった。そして流しの下にあるはずの醤油の大瓶も瓶ごとなかった。
何それ？それが私のとこへ来る理由になるわけ？
ミオ、いい加減にしろ。お前が自分で回覧板に書いたんじゃないか。 醤油をお裾分けするって。
Mian scratched her head. I heard her ever so faintly click her tongue. It was as though we found out she'd purposely given too little change to a servant. That's all I could feel from her.
そしてみーちゃんはリカちゃんを隠してしまった。
Rena hesitated for a moment. I could tell that she didn't want to use the word erased, and that she was struggling to find another word.
そして本当はそれで終わりのはずだったんだよね、みーちゃんにとっては。
そりゃあどういう意味かな。
リカちゃんがみーちゃんの家に行くことをさとこちゃんに言い残していたのは誤算だったんじゃないかな。
Oh, that sounded horrifying.
そしてさとこちゃんはみーちゃんの家に電話をした。うちのリカがお邪魔してませんこと？うん、きっとこんな感じ。
似てる似てる。
みーちゃんはちょっとまずいと思ったんだよね。リカちゃんがここに来たことを知る人間がいたから。だからさとこちゃんも誘い出そうと思った。
誘い出す？へえ、どんな感じでかな。
Mian prodded Rena on as if trying to get the good part of an interesting story. I, however, knew I had been watching Mian change the whole time. She was restlessly twirling her fingers. She had clearly lost her calm. Of course, it was really a slight thing, and only I, who had been watching her this whole time, would have known. Mian was panicking. What Rena was saying must have been a bullseye.
きっとこんな感じだよ。さとこ、実は今日食事を作りすぎちゃったんだけど、リカちゃんは先に来て、もう食べてるよ。こんな感じ。
Scratch. Mian's nails dug into her knee. Oof.
へえ、電話の内容の記録テープがあるわけでもないのに、どうしてそこまで。
She's not denying anything.
冷蔵庫にさとこちゃんの作った2人分のお夕食がまるまる手つかずでラップに包まれて入ってたから。
For a few moments, Mian's face was frozen in utter amazement. She looked like she couldn't believe that this person in front of her was Rena.
そんなことでどうやったら電話で喋った内容まで察しがついちゃうわけ？
長くなるから説明は省くけど、冷蔵庫の中身がみーちゃんの呼び出した話の内容まで如実に物語っちゃってるの。
Mian's jaw remained on the floor. That was the only way I could describe her face.
これはとんだ名探偵が身近にいたもんだよ。まさか冷蔵庫の中身だけで電話の内容まで見破るとは。参ったな、参った参った。
As if a dam had burst, Mian convulsed into laughter. Her laughter, though, definitely didn't make us want to laugh as well. Yeah, it's definitely a little insane laughing. Mian grew tired of her dumb laughter, heaved a big sigh, and scratched her head. It almost seemed like Mian had lost a detective punishment game for the club or something, and her punishment has been decided. Oh, how fun that would have been if it were true.
とんだ名探偵か。みーちゃんこそ大石さんがした会話の内容までよく察しがつくね。大石さんも私のこととんだ名探偵って言ったもの。
As soon as she heard Oishi-sen's name, Mian's eyes began to display panic more clearly, so that anyone would be able to tell.
ミオ、警察はもうとっくにお前を疑ってるんだ。この家も大石さんの部下が踏み込もうと今も様子を伺ってる。
Mian attempted to feign calm, but it looked like she was having a hard time with that. Part of her couldn't believe that the police had her surrounded, and she closely examined Rena's facial expression. However, she couldn't detect a hint of falsehood. Finally, Mian seemed to accept the fact that the police were encircling the house.
村長さんもみーちゃんが。
富武さんと高野さんもミオンなのか？
Mian didn't answer our rapid-fire questions. I could clearly see impatience in her eyes, which was still feigning calm. At last, Mian, who had been sitting there lazily, readjusted her cushion and sat herself upright. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room changed completely. Mian's expression also changed. The impatience and wonderment in her expression disappeared, and she became so solemn you would think she was about to conduct a tea ceremony. I could sense it. It was now in this moment. Mian had ceased to be Mian, but had changed into Mian Sonozaki, the current heir to the Sonozaki house. That solemn atmosphere about her was clearly abnormal, and was entirely different from that of the Mian that I knew. Now I could believe it. Now I could believe that she was the young leader who commanded the entire Sonozaki clan. Mian quietly placed both her hands on the tatami mat, and gave a beautifully elegant bow as if this really were a tea ceremony, and named herself.
初めてご挨拶申し上げます。園崎本家当主跡継ぎ、ミヨンでございます。
Mian's movements were so elegant they could cut, and we couldn't even answer her. All Ren and I could do was watch, baffled at her actions, which we could never imagine the normal her doing.
本日はようこそ園崎本家においでくださいました。当主お領に代わりまして、皆様にご挨拶申し上げます。皆様におかれましては、私にお話しできることでしたら、包み隠さずお話ししたいと存じます。
What? What did Mian just say? Mian said she would answer anything we asked. There was a strong light of resolve in her
本
eyes.
当に何を尋ねてもいいんだな。
知る限りをお話しいたしましょう。皆様もそれを望んでここにいらしたのでしょうから。
Ren and I exchanged glances. There was a mountain of things we wanted to ask Mian. However, we hesitated for a moment on what we should ask first. The first question Rena gave was extremely abstract, but it was the question everyone wanted to know right now.
どうしてこんなことを？
That was what I wanted to ask as well. Why would you do this? It didn't only go for Rika-chan and Satoko. It went for the mayor, Takano-san, and Tamataki-san as well. No, even further back for all the incidents that had been occurring every year. For a little while, Mian couldn't respond. Right when we realized that the question was too vague and tried to put it into more concrete terms, she finally opened her mouth to speak.
その問いに対する答えは少し長いものになります。それでもよろしければどうかご清聴いただきたく存じます。
She spoke clearly. She spoke with a clarity that a grandmother might use when telling a story from a long time ago.
hinamizawa村がかつて鬼ヶ淵村と呼ばれていたことをご存知ですか？
Renan nodded lightly, then shot me a glance asking me if I did. I returned her nod. Hinamizawa was once called Onagafuchi Village, yes. I heard all about that night from Takano-san in the ritual storehouse. They firmly believed that demon blood ran through their veins and cut off all contact with the outside world. They were worshipped by those in the villages at the foot of the mountains and treated like transcendents, those capable of magic.
そうです。鬼ヶ淵村のご先祖様たちは鬼の血を引く誇り高き仙人たちでした。麓の村々の人たちは崇め、そして敬いました。ですが、そういう空気も徳川の世が終わるとともに廃れていきました。
The black ships arrived. The era of the samurai ended. The era of national isolation ended. And the tradition of worshipping Onagafuchi village quickly disappeared. Those things that linger from the past were all too to be detested. Ugh. That was the kind of era it became.
明治になり、古い歴史を持つ鬼ヶ淵村の名称は一方的にhinamizawa村に改められてしまいました。古い因習を一掃しようとする明治政府の思惑が強く働いたのだと聞かされています。
I know I always comment on music, but this music right now is kind of beautiful. The abolition of feudal domains and the establishment of prefectures. An era had begun, seeing Japan sprinting up the stairs that were beyond their means to try and reach the same level of the rest of the world. All things in the Western style were to be extolled, while all old traditional things were to be scorned. That was the sort of era it was.
そういう時代の激変の中で、滝壺に落ちていく花びらのように、あっという間に鬼ヶ淵村は消えてしまったのです。
At last, Japan, provoked by the great European powers colonizing countries in Asia one by one, began a policy to increase its wealth and military power so that it could stand as a global power in its own right. Conscription began and they won war after war, the first Sino-Japanese War and the Russo-Japanese War, and until the Pacific War broke out. They recklessly climbed the staircase towards modernization.
この頃には、もう鬼ヶ淵村の不可侵性は失われていました。かつて仙人と崇められた村人たちは、否認扱いを受け、神聖な鬼ヶ淵村はいつの間にか疫病患者の隔離集落の慣れの果てであるという
根も葉もないレッテルを貼られ、苦難の時代を迎えることになったのでした。
Thus began harsh days where one would suffer unreasonable discrimination just because people knew one was from Watanagashi. The children in the village at the foot of the mountain were taught not to go near Hinamizawa because filthy germs were rampant there. Oh, that's horrible, dude. Children who had come into contact with children in Hinamizawa would cry in wails. Their parents purified the spot they were touched by rubbing salt on it. Oof. Ugh. One of the adults said to the children that if you got lost in Hinamizawa, you would be kidnapped by demons, cut up into pieces, and devoured. Never, ever go near the terrifying village of the man-eating demons. That's what he taught them. Another said that during a famine long ago, the people of Hinamizawa gathered up all the corpses they discarded into dry riverbeds, then cooked and ate them in order to survive. Groundless stories, but said in such seriousness. Baseless slander added to baseless slander, making Ongafuchi's village's historically accurate, thrilling history all the more believable. Perhaps the chain of undue discrimination was a manifestation of the people's anxiety towards the uncertain times. Of course, the story didn't end only with the perspective of children. If anyone found out you were from Ongafuchi, you would be turned down from any job you applied to. God, really? That's horrible, man. People would even go back on engagements and marriage proposals. As for the marriages where one partner had lied about it, as soon as the truth got out, they were made to divorce. Holy crap.
裁判を起こしました。出身の問題は離婚する重要な理由にはなり得ないと訴えた。でも
True.
敗訴しました。
Sadly, they lose, but
結婚の上での重大な詐称行為に当たるのだそうで。
it sucks,
ひど
man.
いね、そんなの。
It is terrible. I've heard about such discrimination towards those in small villages in civics class. Just because others knew you were from a tiny hamlet, you would be subjected to every societal disadvantage there was, a modern form of bullying. Though I only memorized that because it was going to be on a test one time. I recalled being suspicious about it and unable to believe such discrimination occurred in modern Japan.
まあ、自業自得と言えないこともないのかもしれません。私たちのご先祖様は、自分たちに鬼の血が流れていることを誇りに思い、自慢し、麓の人々を蔑んで暮らしてきたのですからね。その神秘性で麓の村人たちを怖がらせ、畏怖と貢ぎ物の献上を要求してきたのですから。
With that, Mion smiled for the first time, albeit in self-mockery.
太平洋戦争中は国民一丸のスローガンが流れながらも、Hinamizawa村の人々はさまざまな差別を受け続けました。数え出したらキリがないくらい、夫や息子を戦場に送り出し、15の女たちも心がすさんでいたのでしょうね。当時をよく覚えている祖母は、それは苦しい時代だったと回想しています。
Even that bitterly long war, however, finally ended in 1945.
多数の男手を失ったHinamizawaにも、ようやく父や夫、息子たちが戻ってまいりました。もちろん帰らぬ者も多かった。
That's sad.
それでも男手がなく村を維持することにすら限界をきたしていたHinamizawaにとって、それはとても喜ばしいことでした。
MacArthur's GHQ set to work on drastically improving mindsets and strove for the abolition to unfair discrimination. It could feel day breaking on the dismal night that was the previous era.
廃村寸前だったHinamizawaをもう一度立て直そう、そういう機運が高まり、村人たちは村を少しでも豊かにするために働き始めました。
During that time, someone appeared who built up a fortune through a vast number of dealings in the black market. That was Mion's grandfather, the husband of the elderly current family leader, Sohei Sonozaki.
宗平は中国大陸に出兵し、ハルピンで食料倉庫の管理をしていたといい、撤退時に上官や仲間たちと共謀して軍の缶詰をごっそりと盗み出してい
Hey
たの
man,
です。
gotta do what you gotta do.
それを瀬戸内海某所に隠し、闇市で高値で売りさばいて大きな富を得たのです。
So he didn't spend that fortune for his own pleasure either. He entrusted the entire amount to his wife, the head of the Sonozaki house.
廃れたHinamizawaを復興させよう。村人すべては家族であり、現当主である祖母はそう宣言しました。この大きな富は、その後のHinamizawaの復興の大きな力となったのです。
I see. With that, Hinamizawa came back to life, and that's how the Sonozaki family had established its current prosperity.
もちろん、闇市で財を成したことを妬む人たちも大勢いましたが、もう村人は気にしなかった。
It's They succeeded at one business venture after another. I thought she was still talking. Threw me off for a second. Those who had succeeded freely supported those who followed them. The giant family of Hinamizawa, tied together with strong bonds, kept on expanding its influence. The Sonozaki family, the center of everything, would be extolled for a long time as the minds behind Hinamizawa's revitalization.
その活躍の中心人物がみーちゃんのおばあちゃんなんだね。すごいよね。大活躍。
Mion looked like she was honestly happy Ren had praised her.
ですが、昭和30年頃にまたしても逆風が吹き始めます。それが缶詰疑惑でした。
Canned flesh incident, oh my god. Canned flesh? It sounds so hideous that just hearing it made me nauseous.
祖父、園崎宗平の上官だったと名乗る男が彼の調達した缶詰は実は食材を用いたものではなかったのだと。
Hinamizawa, a village in which demons lived and ate humans. They were just about to wipe away that cursed stigma. The light they had finally started to see in their peaceful lives grew hazy and disappeared. The shocking truth, as revealed by his former superior. The stolen provisions from the old Japanese army that had been a huge cornerstone for Hinamizawa's revival had been canned human flesh. Why were there cans like that? Wasn't Sohei just the manager of food warehouses? His superior revealed that Sohei Sonozaki did not have the job of managing the food. Oh, in reality, Sohei's job during the war had been to exterminate pestilence mice and to transport the corpses of those with infectious diseases. Oh, it had been unfair treatment all because of the lowliness of his origins. As a result, though, he had returned safely without having been sent to the front lines or being detained. Perhaps that was the only fortunate thing to happen to him. Finally, Sohei was enlisted as an assistant at a military medical institution. There, however, he found something even worse than the low, scorned, depressing customs at Onagafuchi village, in the research they were carrying out. Could that have been, well, you know, the bacteriological corpse in the old Japanese army or whatever? Kenichi-kun, you've heard of that? What could it be? I was pretty sure it was Unit 731. It was a nightmare unit that devoted itself to researching terrifying bacteriological weapons to break the deadlock in the war. They used many innocent people as fodder for the horrible human experiments. They methodically observed how many days a new strain would take to kill the victims. How many days it would be when injected. How many days it would be when swallowed. They dissected many people to find that out. Sometimes they wouldn't bother waiting until they were dead, and dissected them while they were still alive. They would strap them into centrifuges while still alive, and crush them in decompression chambers while still alive. Oh, that's horrible, man. When a live human decompresses, all the holes in their body get pushed outwards, and their intestines get pushed out of their anus like a snake winding out of it. That's disgusting, dude. I have a feeling I saw something like that in a documentary one time. I do not want to watch that. That makes me sick. And they still hate Hinamizawa, huh? You said it. Mion agreed with me, giving a faint, sad smile. It wasn't much in the way of communication, but for some reason I was happy to have it right now.
宗平がいた部隊はより現実的で温情的な研究をしていました。それは戦地での困難な食料調達に関する具体的な手法の研究でした。
Oh, interesting. The military's designs at the start of the war completely fell apart, and a chronic food shortage broke out all over the battlefront. The food shortages led to malnutrition, and as their natural resistances lowered, the soldiers fell to one disease after another. Spirit and morale lowered as well. They wouldn't be able to maintain their forces at this rate. Apparently that's where the research started. At first, it was to find methods of delivering food to battlefields. It was very broad and included things from violent methods like stealing it from citizens to survival methods like how to cook unfamiliar insects and plant life. As they were working out the details, they kept straying off course and going out of control. Until finally they knocked down a door called Taboo.
戦場で一番入手しやすいタンパク源は何だと思います？
Ren and I knew the answer without being told, so we didn't answer.
そう、彼らは
Yeah.
通常は食しないものを食材として扱う方法を研究していたのです。
War is fucked up, man.
彼らは時には敵の、時には望まぬ食物をハンデでも戦い抜くことが国に報いる究極の方針になる。そういう競技を大真面目に組み上げていったのです。滑稽な話ですね。祖父を過去のことで蔑んでおきながら、自分たちはさらにその上を行っていたのですから、祖父はいつも思っていたそうです。たとえ世間の噂がどうあれ、 彼らはそれよりもはるかに醜い鬼なんだと。だからいくら蔑まれたってちっとも答えないと。
At last, they had a handful of test prototypes. When the soldiers learned it was human flesh, however, the scientists couldn't make anyone eat it. So it was apparently sent to the front lines. The cans were labeled meat substitutes, and so that they wouldn't accidentally eat it themselves, they stamped the bottles with a
お
circle.
腹を空かせた前線の兵隊さんにはどの試作品もとても好評だったそうです。
It's horrible,
中で
man.
も醤油で煮たすき焼き風のものが
Jeez.
一番好評だったそうで。
もうやめてよみーちゃん。
Yeah, they just want to know why you're doing this. This is going into a lot of detail, bro.
気分が悪くなってきた。
Rena really was pale-faced, and she looked like she was having difficulty continuing to sit on her knees. Mion looked like she had more to say, but she sighed lightly and stopped there. Thank you.
その
God, it's
ミオンのじい
gross.
さんが持ち帰ったという缶詰は
It was all
真
people.
偽は分かりません。晩年まで僧兵は世間の風評を否定し続けました。ですがhinamizawaの急激な復興を妬む人々はその疑惑を真実のように面白おかしく書き立て、また子供たちが生やし立てられ石を投げつけられる時代に戻ってしまったのです。
All of this is just so horrible, man. The stifling silence came back. What a seriously hopeless and sad story it was. They discriminated, were discriminated against, discriminated, and were discriminated against. Why must they attach worth and rank to it? Why can't they live without looking down on people? Right? This goes for people nowadays, too. Why can't everyone enjoy life together? I didn't know.
当主である祖母はある時村の子供たちにこう言いました。
If they throw a stone at one of you, then two of you must throw stones back. The children asked her, What if they threw stones at two of us? Of course, the answer was simple.
2人に石を投げられたら4人で石を、8人に棒で覆われたら16人で追い返し、30人に中傷されたなら60人で怒鳴り返せと。
Makes sense. Finally, the children asked, What if we're attacked by 1,000 people? Even that answer was simple.
1000人に襲われたならhinamizawaの全員で立ち向かいなさいと。それは決起を促す劇のようですらありました。祖母は園崎本家当主としてだけでなくhinamizawaの母太郎として立ち上がったのです。
It was halfway through 1955. It was a time when riots over the treaty with the U.S. were rampant, a time of battle and action. The people of Hinamizawa joined together and fought, treating unfair discrimination towards one as a crime against them all. It didn't matter whether that one was a child or an adult. If they heard that a child had been told off, then everyone would crowd the house of the perpetrator, acting as a whole. If they heard an adult had been treated unfairly, men and women, young and old, would all band together and stand up against it. If you meddled with people from Hinamizawa, you'd be in trouble. They probably figured that if they could make others think that, they'd win.
ケイちゃんも町で不良に絡まれた時、たくさんの人たちに助けられたのを思い出しませんか？
I recalled how much of an impression it had left on me. That the people of Hinamizawa boldly came to my rescue, yet the people of Okinomiya averted their eyes so they wouldn't get involved.
祖母が戦い、両親がそれを引き継ぎ、ようやくhinamizawaにも平和が戻った。もっともその平和もとても薄い川の上に乗ったものです。この100年の歴史を見れば、今の平穏など揺れ返す天秤のたまたまの狭間としか言えないでしょう。
どうして
Could I really have an opinion on such a long and difficult history when I hadn't moved here more than a year ago? Yet I said it anyway.
どうしてみんなで仲良く暮らし合えないんだよ。高野さんに聞いたお社様の昔話はどうなったんだよ。
Man and demon joined hands and lived together in harmony. Didn't Oyashiro-sama remain in this world to watch over that?
おとぎ話です。人と鬼は実在しても、それを調停するお社様は実在しなかった。
それでお社様のたたりを起こすことになったの。
A cool gust of wind blows in from outside, fluttering Mion's long, beautifully clean hair. Mion kept a refreshing smile without answering and didn't even change her expression, but even that became a silent answer.
hinamizawa村を再び鬼ヶ淵村のように崇められるに足る神聖な存在に。それが我ら鬼ヶ淵村の末裔の悲願であり、園崎本家の 鬼を継ぐ者の宿命なのです。
鬼を継ぐ者？
我が園崎本家は代々当主の名に鬼の一字を加える習
Yeah, I
慣が
think
あるのです。
was either Shiano who was telling us about that, or we read it in one of Takano's hints or
私の
tips.
名前を手のひらにでも書いていただければ一目瞭然かと。
I trace out the word Mion on the palm of my hand. Oh, she's right. The character for demon is in
名
there.
前だけではありませんよ。この体にも鬼が刻まれているのです。
When she said that, she quietly rose and began to lay her hand on her clothing.
いいよみーちゃん、見せる必要なんて全然ない。
ありがとう。
With just that exchange, I guessed what she meant. Most likely, somewhere in her body, there was a permanent seal, such as a tattoo or marking, that proved that she inherited the demon. Mion didn't sit back down. She smoothly opened the paper door onto the porch. A refreshing breeze began to cleanse the damp air filling the room. Mion quietly gazed out the wide yard for quite a while. On her shoulders was something I could never imagine the normal Mion carrying. It was the heavy, truly heavy history of Hinamizawa, no, of Anakafuchi, weighing down on them. What kind of words could I possibly say to a Mion like that? Rena wasn't saying anything to her either. Only the voices of the cicadas drowned out the silence. At last, after a long period of nothing, Mion murmured,
この5年間の連続事件ね、私が直接関わったものもあるし、間接的に関わったものもある。いくつかは園崎家だけでなく、他の御三家の君吉家や古出家が関わっているものもあるけど、その全ての中心に私がいたと思う。
She said it all without turning around, with her back to us. At some point, her tone of voice had gone back to being the Mion we knew.
私は自分のしたことには信念を持ってるし、あるとすれば、私の後継ぎも決まらないうちに舞台を退かねばならないことくらいかな。私を捕まえて、それで法治国家の体裁が整うなら、それも時代の流れかなって。この100年で一番平和なひなみ沢を見ながら引退できるのは、ひょっとすると歴代の園崎家の当主で一番の幸せなのかもしれないし。
Mion leaned a shoulder against the paper door, then slid down it and flopped to the ground. It was an act of such resignation that just seeing it made me hurt inside. The numerous terrible crimes Mion had been a part of suddenly began to fade from my mind. Hey, Mion, I don't care what happens after this. Can't you just try to struggle as much as you can, try to run away? As soon as I began to think that way, Rena's ringing voice filled the room.
でもみーちゃんはリカちゃんとサトコちゃんを殺したんだよね。
I love the long pause for that. The sharp points of her words stabbed in my chest despite not being directed at me.
他の人のことは殺してもいいとも言わないよ。でもとにかくみーちゃんはリカちゃんとサトコちゃんを殺した。
Rena's words more biting than I had ever heard. Even now that we knew all the heavy history pressing down on Mion's shoulders, she had criticized her for killing our friends. As one
私は
should.
園崎家の役目を負うように、リカちゃんだって古出家の役目を負っていた。その役目が西宮殿を守ることだった。
My chest tightened.
去年あたりからリカちゃんが言ってたのは知ってたんだよ。西宮殿の勘抜きが重くて辛い。もっと簡単な鍵に付け替えたいって。先代の神主さんでも重いと嘆いてた代物だからね。リカちゃんに辛いのは重々承知だった。
僕がちゃんと番をしますですから、もっと軽い鍵に変えてほしいなのです。
I replied on the behalf of the Sonozaki family leader. Ever since the string of freak death incidents, there seemed to be people who were insolent towards Ohushiro-sama, so you shouldn't replace the lock with a simpler one. That said, the leader of the Kimiyoshi family, Old Man Kimiyoshi, if it's that difficult for you, Rika-chan, then I think it's okay to replace the lock, he said. The very fact that it was locked away with a key was an indication of it being somewhere you mustn't enter. There's no way bad enough to break through it and go inside, he said. Even if we were alike as leaders, I couldn't find it in me to argue with Old Man Kimiyoshi since I owed him so much. In the end, we decided to change out the lock on the storehouse and switched it to a really cheap and light padlock.
おじいちゃん、本当に大丈夫なんですか？バッチャもできることなら鍵は前のままの方が良かったと言ってます。
大丈夫だよ。心配性だな。 何かあったらおじいちゃんがちゃんと責任を取ってあげるから。
That came back to bite him in the
本
butt.
当ですね。君吉家の当主として責任を取られるという意味ですね。
That came back to really bite him in the
お
butt.
じいちゃんもこの中に収められているものがどれだけ神聖なものかよくご存知のはず。
大丈夫なのですよ。このひなみ沢に鍵を開けて勝手に入ってしまう悪い猫さんはいませんなのです。にゃーにゃー。
Sobs escaped from my mouth. Something hot and wet dripped down in spades and fell onto the tatami mat.
西宮殿に賊が忍び込んだという話は渡長市の祭りの最中にもう私の耳に入っていました。賊は4人。その日のうちに手が下されることになりました。同時に西宮殿に賊を許した古出家のリカちゃんと君吉家のおじいちゃんも責任を問わなければならなくなってしまった。
My tears dripped and dropped, dripped and dropped, until just now I had decided that it was Mion's fault, that she killed Rika-chan and the others. That was wrong. The one who killed them wasn't Mion, it was me.
俺が殺したも当然なんだ。
圭一君。
I had a chance to stop this tragedy from happening, and yet I didn't. Cheap curiosity got the better of me, and I didn't. If at the time I had stopped us from sneaking into Ritual Storehouse, Rika-chan and the others wouldn't have had to die. If I had, then nothing would have happened. We'd be spending our days having lots of fun like we always did.
俺がバカだった。
If by shedding tears I could take it all back, then I would have filled up the room with them. However, such a meager act wouldn't be enough to redeem myself for the crime I've committed.
ケイちゃんは何も悪くないよ。
Mion gently began to speak to me, as if trying to reason with me.
私は園崎家の当主として手を下さなければならなかったけど、園崎家の歴史なんか今にして思えば大したものじゃない。そんなもの全部投げ出しても私は仲間を救うべきだったのかもしれない。
Maybe that would have been for the best. Like there's no reason to have to go around murdering people.
私がそんなものに屈したからあの二人を殺してしまった。それは他でもない、私園崎ミオンが殺したということ。私には踏みとどまる100億の瞬間があった。でも踏みとどまらなかった。安易に自らの役割に屈し仲間のために戦うことを放棄してしまった。だからこれは私の罪。私が殺した。園崎ミオンがこの手で殺してしまった。それは何ら変わらない。何も。
Her masochistic laughter was sad, especially because Mion boasted in club that she would turn the tables on whatever predicaments presented themselves. It was so painful.
でもみーちゃんは自分の意志で一人だけ救ったんだね。
え？
As I looked at her surprised, Rena stuck her finger right at my forehead.
圭一君だけを殺さなかった。こんなにも強い力を持つみーちゃんなら造作もなかったろうに。でも殺さなかったんだよね。
That's right. Mion was so cunning that nobody could stand up to her, even our club. If she had seriously tried to kill me, I'd have been dealt with on the very first night. So many people had been sacrificed, but I was always left out in the cold. When did I first realize it? Even though people were disappearing one after the other, for some reason, I had this vague belief that only I would be left alive.
さて、どうして殺さなかったのかね。鬼の私には見当もつかないわ。ミオンの方に殺したくない都合でもあったんじゃないの？
そりゃどういう意味だよ。
Shh. Mion put a finger to her lips to say that Rena didn't need to talk.
大石は外で待ってんの？
うん。
逃げ場は？
ない。ぐるっと囲んでるって言ってた。無線でたくさんの車が来てるみたいだったよ。みーちゃん家の広い敷地を全部囲んでると思う。
Mion fell silent. Rena's merciless words felt cruel. But they weren't meant to be. Maybe they were trying to lessen her good friend's pain, if only by a little. Maybe they were considerate, like she was trying to help.
自首しよう。
Mion didn't open her mouth, but she smiled just a little.
私たちも一緒に行くよ。親友を一人きりになんか絶対にしない。
Rena's too good for this world, man. She rose, scratching her head. Her face had returned entirely to that of the usual Mion.
自分で自分の罪どのくらいになるかよくわかってる。たとえ自首が認められても多分もうここに帰ってくることもないと思う。
I couldn't say anything. The number of deaths Mion was involved in was just too large. So much so that maybe recommending that she turn herself in was in a way extremely cruel.
だから最後にわがままを聞いてほしいな。
何かな。
30分でいいからケイちゃんと二人きりにしてほしい。
Sus. Huh? My name suddenly came up and it looked like I was the only one surprised about that.
ケイチくんどうかな。ケイチくんが嫌なら無理にとは言えない。
そうだね。嫌ならそれでもいいよ。私は鬼だもの。ケイちゃんはよそから引っ越してきた正真正銘の人間。相入れることなんてお社様が実在して仲介してくれない限り絶対にない。
There was no reason for me to hesitate. Mion had been engulfed by heavy, unopposable tradition. The one who had forced her to kill her friends with her own hands, that was me and me alone. In fact, with me cornered, it would have been okay for her to blame me. However, Mion didn't say one word of blame. Far from it, I was guilty of the same crime, and she let me go. Amidst the fate that she could not oppose, she saved me alone. I didn't know whether I should be thankful for that. Thinking upon it now, I didn't know how much easier it would be if I were to be granted the same punishment as Riki-chan and the others. The only thing I knew for sure was that I had an equal duty to bear, the sins that Mion shouldered. So when it came to Mion's last request, there was no reason for me to hesitate.
ああ、いいぜ。
ありがとう。
私からもありがとうを言うよ、ケイチくん。
Rena stood up. It looked like she would keep her promise with Mion and leave.
あ、いいよレナ。ここで待っててくれれば。ケイちゃんとは庭をぐるりと回りたいだけだから。退屈だったら私の部屋へ行けばいい。漫画とか好きに読んでていいよ。あ、なんだったらお気に入りの単行本丸ごと持ってってもいい。
Imagine if Rena just walks back out to the cops just like carrying a bunch of manga. Just like, she let me borrow it.
嫌だよ。みーちゃんの本はみーちゃんのものだもの。勝手にレナの家に持って帰れない。
あんたはこんな時に限っていい子なんだから。
Mion took Rena's head and rubbed it violently like I always did.
じゃあ行こう、ケイちゃん。
I began to walk after Mion, who headed for the hallway, when Rena silently stopped me.
みーちゃんをよろしくね。
ああ。
みーちゃん、もう二度と帰ってこれないって確信してる。
I didn't know much about laws, but with as many deaths as she'd been involved in, the chances of her escaping a heavy punishment seemed non-existent.
みーちゃんが短気を起こさないように見張ってね。
Mion might not surrender herself to justice, but instead choose to put an end to things herself. Ren had already thought that far ahead.
ああ、そんなこと絶対にさせないから。
Ren had rubbed at her tears, which had fallen without me noticing them.
じゃあ言ってあげて。
I nodded and followed Mion, who had disappeared out the front door. I could clearly hear Rena sobbing from the other side of the paper door. Man, she held it together for a while, too.
どうしてみーちゃんは鬼なんか継がされちゃったんだろうね。それは仕方のないことだったんだろうね。でもあんまりにもかわいそうだよね。
Something hot burned down my cheeks. They were my tears. I fiercely wiped them away. This was the last of my time I could offer to Mion, so I absolutely didn't want to let her see my tears during it. Mion was already waiting outside the front door. I put on my shoes, tapped my toes against the floor a few times, then left, and Mion timidly came over. Why is she turning all red at a time like this?
腕組んでもいいかな。
It was such a modest
別
request.
に構わないぞ。
Oh, jeez. With my permission, her face lit up with glee like a child being given a toy and took my arm.
私に腕を組まれたらなんだか緊張しちゃわない？例えば急に関節技を決められちゃうんじゃないかななんて思ったりとか。
姉妹揃って同じことを言うんだな。思わないよ。全然。
Back when nothing had gone wrong yet, during those nostalgic days of the bustling commotion at Angel Mart, I counted back and was amazed. It had only been a week ago. I had been arm in arm with Shion then, too. Linking arms with Mion like this really reminded me that they were twins. How much strength they put into it, the sensation of their arms, their warmth, and the blood flowing. I could feel that their living sensations were all exactly the same.
シオンもケイちゃんのことが好きだったみたい。
そうなんだ。
If this were a regular conversation, I might have jumped back, red in the face. Right now, though, no matter what I heard, my mind remained at peace.
ミオンとシオンは仲は良かったんだろ？
さあ、どうかな。ケイちゃんは自分の右手と左手は仲がいいと思う？
That's a question. I would hope so.
え？右手と左手？それは仲がいいとか悪いとか、そういう言い方で例えるものじゃないな。
そういう関係だから。仲がいいとか悪いとか、そういう尺度では測れない関係。
That didn't sound like it meant they got along very well.
例えば、利き腕というものがあるように、右手と左手には
True.
間違いなく優劣の違いがある。もしも鍋つかみが片方しかなかったら、迷うことなく利き腕にするでしょ？そういう差はあったんじゃないかと思う。
It's actually a fair comparison.
だからといって、左手がなくなったっていいなんて思う人は誰もいないはず。そんな、よくわからない関係だね。
多分、それは近くにいすぎるから見えなくなっているだけで、きっととても仲のいいことなんだと思う。俺は一人っ子だから、祭りの前日、ミオンとシオンが二人してじゃれ合っているのをすごく羨ましいと思った。
ないものねだりじゃないの？双子なんて昔は人をからかったりしてそこそこに面白かったけど、こうして互いがはっきりと異なる個性を持った今ではかえって邪魔なだけ。
Were they cursed or were they self-conscious? Mood. Their relationship was hard to understand for an outsider. Maybe that wasn't an issue someone like me should intrude on. Just staying silent and nodding gently was the best way to advance the conversation. Mion passed through the wide yard and invited me into the big, desolate forest we'd seen on the way in. Such a big forest was part of their property, so I couldn't help but feel small.
でかい森だな。子供の頃はいい遊び場だったんじゃないのか？
I don't know, apparently there are a lot of poisonous snakes, so maybe not. Mion seemed to be silently reminiscing. I couldn't look into her mind, but she was probably thinking back to those fun days when they played as sisters without any antagonism. Every time the wind blew, it caressed the treetops and leaves, making a swishing, murmuring sound. Mion remained silent for a long time, thinking back on her younger sister, whom she had gotten rid of with her own hands. There was no need for me to get a word in. Just walking like this, arm in arm, was enough. Mion suddenly stopped and turned.
シオンはまだ生きてる。
Oh, game changer.
本当か？
Mion took a hard look into my eyes and nodded quietly.
誰よりもむごたらしい死に方をさせてやろうと
Oh my god.
ずっと考えて閉じ込めておいたけど、
It's so dark, dude.
その方法はとうとう思いつかなかった。
Mion sounded as though she hated Shion, but also deep down, she didn't completely detest her. So I took my other hand and rustled Mion's hair with it. Mion didn't only save me, she saved Shion too. Mion may have become a demon and led many people to their deaths, but she fought against it and was able to save 2 people. As I petted Mion, she narrowed her eyes in an entranced smile and untangled her arm from mine. Then Mion quietly said,
来て。私の罪のすべてを見てほしいから。でもそれはケイちゃんにとってこの上なく辛い光景かもしれない。
Can we just like you show me or show Keiichi where Shion is? We'll grab her and you go chill with the cops far away from here. I could sense it. There I'd probably find all the sacrifices up until now. Looking at them would mean accepting Riki-chan and Satsuko's deaths, as well as accepting that my best friend had done it.
すでに起こり、 終わってしまった事実だけれども、ケイちゃんは見ないことを選んでもいい。そうならばここで待っていて、私の手で全て終わらせるから。
I was taken aback by how ominous that sounded. It does sound pretty ominous. I remembered what Rena had told me. Mion might not surrender herself to justice, but she was putting an end to things herself. I couldn't leave her on her own. Besides, I agreed to her last request, didn't I? Even if it was for hard me to accept, I'll still do it. Even if I avoided looking, it was something that had already happened.
何を見たって。俺にとっての園崎美音は最高の親友だ。それは変わらない。一生。
The tree chops softly swayed in the wind.
あんたもレナもどうしてこんな時ばかりかっこよくなるんだろうね。
Normally I'd say something rude right back at her, evading the question, but today I didn't. I just answered with a smile. At last, Mion started walking, into a thick forest into the deepest part. After following a thin path that looked like an animal trail for a while, we finally came across a steep incline with a tunnel that reminded me of a coal mine or a bomb shelter. We were surrounded by shallow hills. It had been created in a spot not visible from the outside. There were many silhouettes of crows in the trees here and there. The abnormal odor I'd been smelling for a while was doubtlessly escaping from inside this place.
引き返すなら今だよ。ケイちゃんの中の園崎美音がどんな人かは知らないけれど、中に入ればその美音はきっと。
変わらない。何度だって言う。園崎美音は俺の最高の親友だ。
Keiichi's determined here, dude. Like, I love it. Clench my fists. Inside there was probably a sight beyond anything I could imagine. If I let my guard down, I might end up vomiting. Even so, I'll endure it. I'll overcome this pain and this suffering. It will never change that Mion is my greatest friend.
私はただの鬼だから、もう人間の気持ちはわからないけれど、ミオンがあんたを好きになったの、よくわかる気がする。
It's crazy that, like, just looking at this from, you know, a mental standpoint, even though basically she's like made up this other personality, I'd say, to not have to deal with all the things she's done. So, like, she's, even though she has the whole family history sucks, man, like, family stuff blows, but, like, she literally just, she did it, and then she's like, oh, this demon did it, because she probably couldn't live with herself otherwise.
他人事のように言うな。お前はミオンだ。鬼じゃない。血の通った人間で俺の仲間なんだ。
Mion made a gesture like she was wiping tears from her eyes, then placed a hand on the big door of the tunnel entrance. Oh. The lock on it was dauntingly strong-looking. It seemed to demand the appropriate resolution from whoever would enter, just like the ritual storehouse. When the double doors opened, a stifling rotten air and a bunch of winged insects came rushing out. I remembered accidentally killing a hermit crab a long time ago by leaving its tank out on the porch, and how intense the odor it left was. If that was the smell of a corpse, then that's certainly what this smelled like. Inside it was pitch black, but Mion flicked the switch that turned on a light bulb, illuminating the interior. The path turned into a series of intricate wooden tunnels. We passed spaces that looked like they were for storage. We passed places that looked like someone had lived there. All this indicated that it had been used as a bomb shelter and stockpile during the war. It didn't give an impression of a dugout bomb shelter that had just been left there, though. There was a sense of dignity, as though this was a sacred Sonozaki house constructed underground, or a second house. Despite being in pitch darkness below the ground, the voices of the cicadas were entering through an air hole somewhere, giving it a very mysterious feel.
西宮殿の中、見たよね。あの拷問道具の山を。あれはすべて鬼ヶ淵村の厳しい戒律を守るために作られたものだった。戒律を破った者を見せしめにむごたらしく殺してみせる。
大昔の話だろ。
本来は見せしめの儀式。渡流しは御三家が取り仕切る儀式だったんだけど、君吉家と古出家の衰退、そして時代の変化によって行うことはとても難しくなった。
そりゃそうだな。この現代日本で犠牲者をのんびりと沢で殺せるなんて思えない。
だから園崎家は作ったの。現代でも渡流しの儀が行えるように。秘密の場所。
Shit, that's messed up. Mion opened a large, strikingly different door, and inside was none other than a modern storehouse for ritual implements.
いろいろあるでしょ。 一部のものは実際に西宮殿から運び込まれたもの
So
なんだ
it's
よ。
basically just like what was in the other storehouse, but these are just, being used. All the things there had been rusty and covered in dust, so they didn't seem that real. Things in here were different. Every one of them had been well maintained and kept in a state that they could be used right away. Blades gleamed and spikes were sharpened. Also, perhaps as a precaution for the splatter of blood, the walls and ceiling were covered in the kind of tiling you would see in bathrooms. There was even a drain set amidst a slight slope in the floor. There was also a coiled rubber hose along the wall attached to a faucet, perhaps for cleaning up the splattered blood. This is messed
大
up,
昔
bro.
の当主の書き物によるとね、血のしぶきってのは犠牲者に負担をかけない割にはインパクトがあるんだってさ。綿流しは見せしめのショーだったから、私のご先祖様たちは様々なショーを考案してたんだよ。
As she said that, Mion pointed deeper into a torture room to a spot veiled in darkness. There was surprisingly a room floored with tatami mats, and in the corner was a pile of cushions.
鑑賞席なんだよ。
Jesus.
綿流しは見せしめのショーだから、客がいなきゃ意味がない。
So messed up, dude. I couldn't speak, and I couldn't think of anything to say anyway. Except that if Mion revealing all this to me made her heart feel any lighter, then I was prepared to listen for as long as I needed to.
みんなここで私が殺した。見てくれている観客はいなかったけど、私は綿流しを上手にやってみせた。いや、観客は一人だけいたかな。
え、観客？
私という鬼が
Ah.
ミオンの取り行う綿
Yeah,
流
it's
しを
still
ずっと見てて。
throwing me off with her having like the whole split not split personality, but like made up thing. I don't know, man. It's hard to describe. There's just a lot going on. Mion cackled in self-deprecation. It wasn't a nice sounding laugh.
向こうが牢屋。
シオンはそこにいるのか？
She nodded slightly. Mion's Watanagashi had ended today. I needed to tell Shion that I was safe without a moment's delay. After all, she was probably trembling in fear at this very moment, worrying about when she would be killed. The ostentatious door on the other side opened, revealing what must have been an incredibly expansive space based on the echo it made. Mion groped around in the darkness, and a handful of naked light bulbs came on here and there. As my eyes adjusted, more and more of the great cave showed itself in the faint light. The walls were a bare rock surface, and it felt so savage that bomb shelter was the most apt term for it. There were small barred rooms built here and there, like holes made by insects biting their way through a giant piece of fruit. It was immediately clear that each one of them was a prison.
みんなはどこにいるんだ？リカちゃんやサトコは。
したい？
I grimaced at her having said it so outright.
ああ、そうだ。いつまでも暗い中じゃかわいそうだろ。
虫が湧くと嫌だったから井戸に捨てちゃったよ。ごめん。
So fucked up. So I came in and see their faces in death. Once again, my feelings of regret at having confessed everything to Rika-chan came surging forth. If Mion hadn't attached the word sorry to the end of what she said, I might have punched her. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. You said it yourself. No matter what, Mion Sonozaki is your greatest friend.
ああ、言ったさ。
I needed to hear myself say it out loud. Then came the clattering of bars in one of the cells deeper in. When I noticed that, I looked up as well.
シオンか？
ケイちゃんなの。
I ran over to the cell. White hands were peeking out through the gaps in the bars. It really was her.
大丈夫か？シオン、怪我はしていないのか？
Shion's face twisted out of shape as she screamed. It was because Mion had appeared right behind me. Of course, Shion didn't know that everything was over yet.
落ち着け、シオン。もう全部終わったんだ。全部。
I spoke in as calm a voice as I could manage to try and soothe the agitated Shion. However, it didn't seem like it was getting through her screams.
シオン、ご機嫌はいかがだった？
もう誰の死を見るのも嫌。私が憎いなら早く私を殺してよ。憎いのは私なんでしょ。早く殺して。
落ち着けってシオン。もう終わったんだよ。大丈夫なんだ。だから落ち着け。
Shion, who was screaming and rattling the iron bars back and forth, was truly in a frantic state. I wouldn't blame her. I'd be doing the same thing. Gave a slight shrug of resignation, giving way to Mion. I realized that if Mion was the one who locked her in there, and if Mion was the one who had scared Shion this much, then Mion was also the only one who could put an end to this. Mion spoke from over my shoulder, quietly.
安心しなよ。あんたは殺さない。まだまだ殺さないんだから。
Oh. Well, this just escalated. She burst out into a bizarre laugh, as if trying to make Shion's madness even worse. Shion broke out into a fierce shiver, brought on by that laugh, and rattled the iron bars as she wailed. Alright. Alright, so I guess the nice conversation is over.
古式にのっとり、獅子の先端から少しずつガリゴリと削ってミンチにしてやる。あの肉引き機はあんたのために取っておいてあるんだからね。それともそれでケイちゃんをミンチにしてみせた方があんたには面白いかな。
おい、いい加減にしろ。今さら怖がらせてどうするんだよ。ダメ！ケイちゃん、逃げて！
I tried to rebuke Mion for flinging terrible words at her this late in the game, but when I turned around... Oh, Jesus. Mion's mouth, so much as that it was hard to believe, had twisted into a shape even thinner than a crescent moon. It was a smile. That's horrifying. I hate it so much. I could sense it like a jolt of electricity. The person here wasn't my best friend, Mion. It wasn't the Mion Sonozaki who had been tossed about by her heavy duty of succeeding the Sonozaki family either. Then, who was she? Bam! I saw sparks flying before my eyes, like what happens when you get hit in the back of the head. The strength in my body drained instantly, and my head suddenly became heavy. My knees buckled under the temptation to hit the floor. Then my whole body abruptly collapsed. My face should have hit the floor, but was comfortable, as if I had fallen into a down-filled futon. My consciousness reeled, then receded. It was the kind of sensation like if you took a nap in the car, but you were still half awake and could listen to your parents talking as if they were far away. No, you wouldn't be listening, you would only be hearing it. It was happening so far away and the conversation was completely unrelated to you, so you would have no interest in it. So whether Shion was yelling in my ears or Mion was in vulgar hysterics, I didn't think it annoying, nor did it interest me.
さて、どんな方法で料理してやろうかね。そうだ。釘台なんかどうかな。
Jesus.
あのちびがき二人組に試したかったんだけど、手が小さくて高速台にサイズが合わなかったからね。
Mion.
あれにしよう、あれにしよう。
So freaking horrible, dude. Mion held me up from behind and dragged me across the floor. The soles of my feet scraped on it and one of my shoes fell off. And Mion's just lost it. Shion's emotions exploded outward, and she burst into bitter weeping. As if her crying had whetted Mion's interest, she flung me down and returned to the prison cell
あ
again.
んたも可愛い声で泣けるじゃない。あんたのわざとらしい空威張りには虫唾が走ってたんだけど。ミオン姉さん、お願いです。私をどういう風に殺しても構いませんから、どうか。ケイちゃんだけは見逃してあげてください。お願いです。
Shion had always acted as though she were a cut above her older sister. That Shion, in such a miserable voice that I couldn't have imagined it during those peaceful times, prostrated herself before the older sister she used to scoff at and pleaded forgiveness. Mion looked down with an expression of cool indifference, one that was plainly smiling with joy.
あんたの希望なんか聞くつもりは全然なかったんだけど、あんたがあまりにも面白い声で泣くものだから、なんだか聞いててやってもいいような気がしてきたかな。思えばあんたには姉らしいこと何にもしてやれなかったからね。はい、はい、ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。じゃあさ、これまでのことを謝ってみせてよ。そうしたら私もこれまでのことをすっかり水に流してあげてもいいかな。そうしたらケイちゃんだけは見逃してあげなくもないよ。
Mion said she might let me go, but she never said anything about letting Shion go. Before long, Shion got on her hands and knees behind the bars and began to speak weak words of apology. They were too faint for me to hear, but their intention got across. Despite having watched her with a magnificently jubilant expression, Mion kicked the bars and declared she was unsatisfied. Of course.
そんなので私の責任の恨みつらみが償えると思ってるわけ？こんなんじゃダメだね。やっぱりケイちゃんからひき肉だ。いやー！待って姉様！もう一度だけ。
Mion stopped and waved her hand again in resignation. Not because she had grown impatient, but only because she was taking delight in abusing Shion.
ろくろく満足に謝れないあんただからね。特別にお姉が心に届く謝罪の仕方ってのを教えてあげるよ。一度しか教えないし、一言一句でも間違えたらアウト。いいね。
ありがとうございます。
This reminds me of like when in the Scream movies when like Ghostface does the whole, you know, movie quizzes and stuff, when there's really no way to win it. It's just sheer torture. It's messed up, man. Shion's miserable voice cried out, having become utterly hoarse. The sensation tearing through my chest returned a little at a time. I realized it was feelings of anger bubbling up. I was slowly regaining control of my body. However, I was only able to feel my skin and blood flowing at the moment. I still couldn't voluntarily move my fingers.
ちゃんと覚えられたかな？ではやってごらん。誠心誠意、鉄頭鉄尾、心を込めてね。ちゃんとできたなら、あんただけを殺してあげるから。
はい。ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。
Something was strange. Something had become strange at some point. Until just a few moments ago, I was sure this had been Mion, but at some point, she'd become someone else. The Mion I knew well would never do something so nasty like enjoy trampling all over someone's dignity like this.
さ、やってごらん。お姉ちゃんはちゃんと聞いててあげるから。
園崎シオンは。
When I ran over to Shion's cell earlier, had the real thing been swapped out with a fake right behind me? Anyway, this couldn't possibly be Mion.
園崎シオンは。ミオン姉様の足元にも及ばない。
That's so messed up, man.
ほどをわきまえず、お姉様に働いて、数々の無礼を。
ほらほらその調子。少しは許してあげようかなって気になってきたよ。
She's taken way too much delight in this. Blood circulated through my whole body. My numbed senses were returning. Just a little more. While Shion is still holding Mion's, no, that thing pretending to be Mion's attention. Hurry up.
生意気だったこれまでを
Oh my god.
反省し。
Bro, she's gonna be in jail, so you're good. It's not gonna be that long.
ですか。
Oh, jeez. Mion's burst of laughter echoed through the big cave, growing to a terrifying level. That was not the laughs of someone who was alive in this world. It was none other than the laugh of a demon from the bowels of the earth. She laughed from her stomach until she grew tired of it and stopped smiling suddenly as if snipping a wire.
いいよ、もう十分面白かったわ。あんたがそこまでプライドを捨てられるとは思わなかったから。十分に愉快。
Mion began to drag me again after I finally got the feeling in my body back and pulled me towards the torture chamber.
姉様、殺すな。私だけ、その人、許してあげ。
安心しなって。ちゃんとあんたは殺してあげるよ。ケイちゃんの悲鳴をたっぷりと聞かせた後にね。
Jeez. After dragging me to the torture chamber, she skillfully strapped me into the restraining table. Before I knew it, I was sprawled out and bound. She forced open my hands, with which I couldn't even make a satisfying fist, and tightly restrained each one of my fingers. She fastened only my hands and my fingers at that, tightly with hinges, and locked them in place. The door to the big cave with the jails had been left open, so I could hear Shion's cries of mortification the entire time. So messed up. That's right, Keiichi, get up. Feeling my body returned, and the first action I took was to tell off that thing that looked like Mion.
ようやくお目覚め？私、さっき嘘をついたね。シオンを一番むごたらしく殺してやろうと思って閉じ込めておいたけど、あれが嘘。
Mion brought over something like a toolbox. From inside it, she removed a large metal hammer, and next to that, she began to line up what looked like long, strangely shaped nails, whose ends had been turned into hooks like the kind you'd see on a harpoon.
あの
Jesus.
子に自分のせいで死ぬ大勢の人の悲鳴をたっぷりと聞かせて体の芯まで染み通らせてから殺すの。なかなかセンスいいでしょ。
お前は誰だ？
は？ミオンでしょ？園崎ミオン。恐怖で頭が変になっちゃった？
違うな。お前が園崎ミオンであるはずがない。
Mian snorted and continued her preparations for the horrifying torture.
へえ、じゃあ私がミオンじゃなかったら
鬼だ。
え？
お前はミオンじゃない。さっきまで一緒だったミオンを返せ。
ケイちゃん、本当に頭は大丈夫？恐怖で頭がどうかなっちゃった？
触るな！この鬼め！返せ！ミオンを返せよ！俺の最高の友人だったミオンを返せ！
Mian stood there for a few moments with her jaw hanging open, not having expected me to say that. I myself knew that I was about to go insane. I knew it was nonsense to demand Mian's return when she was right in front of me. But this person in front of me couldn't possibly have been Mian. There was no way I could accept that. So this is what I thought. Mian really had been possessed by a demon and was controlling Mian as if it were a separate personality. Mian was just a victim being manipulated by it. The evil one was really this thing. It all had to do... Ugh, jeez, I can read, man. There's so much. It all had to be the doing of this demon possessing her. God. When Mian heard that, she started to guffaw, laughing so hysterically that she started to cough and almost choked.
あんたって本当におめでたい人だね。園崎ミオンに殺されようとしているこの瞬間に目の前の私を否定するわけ？こんな面白い人が世の中にいるなんて初めて知ったわ。
笑いたければ好きなだけ笑え。だがお前が何を言おうと俺はお前がミオンだなんて認めない。ミオンを返せ。退け鬼め！
ケイちゃん、私を笑い涙で溺れ殺すつもり
No matter what, I wouldn't lose that laughter of hers. I shouted loudly. I shouted from the bottom of my heart so that the real Mian, trapped inside the Mian I saw in front of me, would be able to hear.
頑張れミオン！こんな鬼畜生に負けるな！本当に強い！お前の力を見せてくれ
The tears welled up and flowed down her face. Her hands were busy with the restraints, so she couldn't even wipe them. She just let them flow.
頼むよミオン！ミオン！どこでお前はこんな鬼に負けちまったんだ。お前はこんな弱いやつじゃないだろ。負けるな。戦え！戦え！
Mian, desperately enduring her laughter, pressed one of the long nails to the tip of my left pinky. In her left hand was the hammer. At her side were dozens more nails. I could tell what she was about to do, though I wish I couldn't. Even so, I couldn't afford to be scared. That was why I shouted.
お腹の筋肉がよじれて痛いよ。もういい？そろそろ始めるよ。いい声を出してね。これはケイちゃんへの拷問である以上にシオンへの拷問なんだからさ。
どうしてミオン！
Then I wept. Only sobs came out. They weren't an acceptance of the torture about to be performed, however. They were tears of regret that Mian had lost to the demon. Yet a small change did occur in the Mian in front of me. Her heightened excitement was draining little by little. By the time I'd realized it, the one in front of me had returned to being Mian.
ケイちゃん、メイドの土産なんて気の利いたものじゃないけれど、どうしても知りたがっているようだから、一つだけ教えてあげるよ。
I didn't know if this was Mian, or just a display of momentary humanity the demon had recovered.
私の中に鬼が宿ったのは その鬼は私を蝕み、強行に駆り立てようとした。だけれど私はそれを理性で押さえつけた。鬼はそれで収まり、私はその鬼はどこかへ行ってしまったんだと思い込んでいた。でも本当は違った。私の中から出て行ったんじゃなく、私の中で眠っていただけだったの。
I noticed that there were tears forming in her eyes.
その鬼はある小さなことをきっかけに、それは何に原因があったと思う？
There was a sad and yet reproachful light in Mion's
わかる？
eyes. I don't... Oh, it was the fucking doll, dude. It was because she got so upset with the fucking doll. Keiichi, you fucked up, bro. I don't know what gave the demon the chance to beat Mion.
鬼の私が教えるのも変だけれど、あんたが全てを狂わせてしまった元凶。
The tears welling up in her eyes spilled downward all of a sudden.
あの時、あんたがもらった
Yeah.
人形を
Oh, come on,
躊躇なく
man.
私に渡していたなら、全ては狂い出さなかったかもしれない。
The doll I got. That doll that I got when we had our club meeting at the toy store that Sunday.
ケイちゃんには理解できないだろうね。理解できなくて当然。だけどね、そこからドミノ倒しみたいにパタパタパタといろんなものが倒れ始めて、初めの小さな一つを倒したあなたに自覚がないのは当然だろうけど、あなたが元凶なの。
That's why sometimes, like, even the smallest act that you do, you never know what's gonna happen because of it. That's why I gotta try and, like, think and... I don't know, man.
あんたがミオンを泣かさなかったら、私は起きなくて済んだのにね。これで十分、メイドの土産は。
A mistake that I'd made on that day was what messed everything up.
そんな嘘だろ。
自覚がないのは当然。でも紛れもなく元凶なのはケイちゃん。あの時あんたがさりげなく人形を私にあげていたら、多分こんなことにはならなかったと思う。
I wouldn't say like I just remembered something as I recalled that day. Ren had told me about that and I thought I had apologized. I didn't apologize to Mion though. It had been Shion. That's right. In other words, oh god, I hadn't said a single word of apology to Mion. Today I came to this house saying I had something to apologize for, but I never said a word of apology about this. Come to think of it, when I apologized for going to Ritual Storehouse, Mion looked a little bit lonely, like she was disappointed. Why didn't I realize that until just now? You had a lot of other things going on. Rena told me at the time, and now she herself, no, the demon was telling me. Is the only way for a dense idiot like me to be cured to die altogether? I could no longer hold back the hot tears pouring out of me. Oh. I simply just cried and cried, and reflected indifferently on the taste of my tears, on the taste of regret.
じゃあそろそろいい？この拷問はね、左手の小指の先端の節に釘を打つ。順に親指まで打ったら、また小指に戻って、今度は真ん中の節に釘を打つ。この調子で15本の釘で左手を打ちつける。それが終わったら次は右手。それが終わったら次は、まだ意識があったら教えるね。指先ってたくさんの神経が集まってるから、ケイちゃんが想像するよりもはるかに痛いよ。両手30本を打ち終える前に失神しちゃう人もいるそうだから。
Mion pressed the tip of a nail into my left pinky finger. My wrists, my arms, and all joints of my fingers were strapped in so tightly it hurt, and I couldn't even twitch.
他の人を拷問するときには、なぜかあんたにはためらいがあるよ。
それでミオンの鬼が収まるなら。
If it will sate the demon, then do to me what you will.
あんた、本気で言ってるの？
俺が傷つけたミオンの痛みに比べれば、こんなの大したことないんだろ。気の済むようにするといい。その代わり、2つ約束しろ。
Mion was silent. She did, however, wait for me to speak.
俺を気が済むまで痛めつけたら、シオンは許してやれ。西宮殿に忍び込んだ罪には、それで十分見合う仕打ちをしたはずだ。
あんた、この後に及んで自分よりシオンの心配ができるわけ？
もう一つは、気が済んだら もうお前は消えろ。その体をミオンに返してやってくれ。それだけだ。
あんたって人には命乞いをするとかそういう考えは思い浮かばないの？
約束2つじゃなくて3つにしていいか。3つ目は俺を殺すなにしてくれ。
最初に2つって言ったでしょ。だからもうダメ。
そいつは残念。
In such an abnormal situation, Mia and I laughed quietly together, as if sharing in a stupid joke.
多分私は約束を守らないよ。鬼だから。
その時は仕方がないさ。
I recalled tightening my hands in a fist when enduring the pain at the dentist's office. Right now, though, they were opened all the way to my fingertips, so I couldn't even grip them. So instead, I tightened my toes. Okay, do it. I've prepared myself already, so do it. You waiting like this to hammer the nails in is scarier. It's going to diminish my readiness after all. Mian put down the hammer and gently stroked my cheek.
ケイちゃん、今の3つ目の願いだけは。
My third wish. To save me. She'll agree to it?
1つ目の願い。シオンを救うこと。これはもう無理。シオンは鬼が殺してしまう。それはもう決められたことだから止められない。だから諦めて。
Her delicate fingers slid from my cheek to my chin.
そして2つ目の願い。この体をミオンに返すこと。これももう無理。今日を境にミオンが戻ってくることはもうない。今日以降もし私の姿があったとしてもそれは姿だけ。私の姿をした鬼だから。
そんなことはない。ミオンはミオンだ。もう戻ってこないなんて悲しいことを言うな。
聞こえる？あの音。
Mian gently closed her eyes and listened. I definitely heard it as well. Slam! Slam! It was a dull noise that repeated at fixed intervals. A low noise accompanied by vibrations. A lot of people were ramming the iron doors to this underground ritual storehouse.
帰りが遅いからレナが大石を呼んだんでしょ。あのぼやーっとした感じの子がこんなに頭が回るのだけは計算外だったな。
それについては同感だよ。
Mian grinned like she'd been outwitted, then took something that looked like an electric razor out of her pocket. When she pressed the switch, pale blue sparks flew out with a snapping noise.
見たことないでしょ。本物のスタンガンだよ。違法品なんでかなり出力が上げられるようになってるけどね。
さっき俺に食らわせたのはそれか。子供のおもちゃには向かねえぞ。
そうだね。
She seemed to want to use the stun gun on me. Unable to move, I felt her press a cool lump of metal to my neck. Slam! I heard a roar as though they'd broken down the first large door. The halls were a bit complex, but aside from the door to this very torture chamber, there was nothing in their way.
殺さないけどしばらくケイちゃんにはお休みしててもらうね。すぐに大石が来てくれるからちょっとの我慢。
Feeling the same shock as before. Gritting my teeth wasn't going to help much, but I clenched them tightly anyway. However, just as she did when she was about to hammer the nails in, she hesitated a little. I cracked open my tightly closed eyelids.
ごめんね、ミオンを怪我して。
ここに入る前に約束した。何があっても俺の中のミオンは変わらない。
でも忘れて。今日以降もしも私を見かけてもそれは私の屍に取り付いた鬼なんだから。
What are you talking about? Just as I tried to say that, a much stronger light than before shined, and like a television being switched off, my consciousness went black. My dude got knocked out. It's just so sad, dude. Like, it sucks that everything had to turn out this way. June 1983. A string of disappearances occurred in Hinamizawa village, Shishibune City, XX Prefecture. The suspect is Mion Sonozaki. She is suspected to have kidnapped 5 Hinamizawa residents between June 19th and June 21st. Oryo Sonozaki, Shion Sonozaki, and Kiichiro Kumiyoshi, Rika Furude, and Satsuko Hojo, imprisoned them and killed them. Preliminary investigations on the incident were delayed at the time due to insufficient evidence, but was resolved coincidentally and shockingly. On the morning of the 23rd, a vehicle patrolling the Sonozaki property heard screams from inside and rushed in as an emergency measure. They secured the suspect's missing younger sister, Shion Sonozaki, and her 2 missing classmates, Keiichi Maibara and Rena Ryugu. The suspect fled the scene. And deep in the detached basement on Sonozaki property, which is believed to have been used to kill those who disappeared, we discovered hair, flakes of skin, blood, etc. of the other 4 missing persons. We conclude that the missing persons were tortured in a torture chamber. However, their remains have still not been found. At one of our imprisoned classmates' advice, we continued searching the detached basement of the Sonozaki property, which was where they were imprisoned, believing that they were there. However, we still have not located them or the suspect's escape route. In addition, investigations are continuing as to her participation in the serial freak death incidents of recent years. I think it would give some clue. But no evidence that Sonozaki was involved, either directly or indirectly, had been found. There are still many unclear points as to the motive behind the incident, but as those of the Sonozaki family and the residents of Hinamizawa have been extremely uncooperative in assisting us, we expect to require a long time to clarify them. The opinion of a local officer knowledgeable about the region is that this may have been a lynching, an internal form of punishing sacrilegious acts carried out against the beliefs of Hinamizawa village. It is clear that these incidents are particularly rooted in this region, and the prefectural police department had ordered a cautious investigation. We anticipated gaining valuable clues from the missing persons believed to have been imprisoned for the longest time, Shion Sonozaki, the suspect's younger sister. But her mind was stricken by the grave after effects of the incident. She has not been in a state of mind to properly answer any questions about what she knows. The psychiatrist concluded that she is in a temporary state of shock, but it doesn't seem hopeful she will recover today either. She's been through a lot, dude. Only a few days passed since that time. After that, I was rescued by Oishi-san and his subordinates, whom Rena had called in. Aside from my entirely blank state of mind, I had no external injuries. The most I had was a small burn mark from where the stun gun hit me. As I was having a checkup in the hospital, Oishi-san asked me all sorts of things, but I don't really remember what he asked or how I answered him. From what I heard, surprisingly, Mion still hadn't been captured. There were apparently a great many hallways and smaller rooms extending out from the depths of the prison. It wouldn't be strange if she had fled one of those and hidden herself. The one fortunate aspect amidst all this misfortune was that Shion had been safely secured by police. When I last saw Mion, she seemed like she was going to take me with her and then kill me. She probably didn't have enough time to, though, since Oishi-san came running in faster than she predicted. That was the only real fortunate thing to have happened. Of course, the rescued Shion, despite having no external wounds, now had a big, deep wound in her heart. She was in a severe state of confusion when they rescued her, and apparently she bit the police officers trying to resist. From what he heard, she was seeing Mion in everything she saw. Hated not only the hospital, but even her own name, and had shut herself up somewhere and she's supposedly hiding her location. Oof. Additionally, in fear that Mion would come for her, she was moving from place to place every day, and even her parents weren't sure where she actually was. Wherever she was living, even now, Shion was spending her days in fear of Mion's shadow. The police were investigating the Sonozaki's underground storehouse at this moment, since they couldn't find the remains of the other sacrifices. Hadn't Mion thrown the corpses into a well? I had a feeling I'd said that to him. That meant a hidden tunnel vertical like a well was somewhere in those underground passages. The secret underground without any maps or architectural drawings, which had swallowed up the remains of Rika-chan, Satsuko, and everyone else, was still unwilling to speak the truth. I was brought back to that basement again, too, for an on-the-site inspection of something, but I didn't remember being of any help. I never wanted to go back there again. For days afterward, the Sonozakis living in Okinomiya, in other words, Mion and Shion's parents, the big-name Yakuza, would come to our house to apologize, bringing many of their followers with them. However much my parents refused it, they piled up many 100,000 yen bills, calling it consolation money, every day. The amount of money grew each day, and after it had passed 2 million yen, they were then given an envelope containing a letter. I don't know what was written in the letter. My parents talked about it by themselves for 2 whole nights, and decided to move away.
そっか、引っ越しちゃうんだね。いつ？
来月の終わり。南沢には結局半年も居つかなかったことになるな。
寂しくなるね。私一人しか残らない。
Rena smiled sadly. If I had just said yeah, I thought it would make her even more lonely, so I changed the subject.
こう考えることがあるんだ。
That's how I broached it. Mion hadn't actually fled, but had been demoned away in the truest sense of the term. Where she went after she disappeared, that we didn't know. What was there where she had disappeared to? I hoped there was a hobby shop dealing in imports, the kind Mion liked. In that place, she would definitely be free from the burdensome fetters of her family, and live not as Mion Sonozaki, but as just Mion, and enjoy herself. Maybe she's already met up with Satsuko and Rika-chan. Well, they must also have been waiting for the day Ren and I would join them, spending all their time doing club activities, as lively as they always were. When I told Rena that, she smiled and nodded to me. It's sad. The incidents the Sonozaki family had been trying so hard to hide, too, were exposed to the magazines from this single tiny seam. The serial incidents in recent years were all pulled up like a long vine in the ground, one by one, and for many days news of it was brought up or on talk in variety shows. The shows, which were comedic and silly, never once tried to touch upon the grim, heavy history that Mion had been bearing. It made me mad to see them bringing the stuff up in jest, but there was nothing I could do about it now. How big an impression would these short few weeks I spent in Hinamizawa have on my life? During these few weeks, I met my best friends and had the best experience of my life. I would probably never forget it for as long as I lived. As for the distorted image of Mion that the media created, after the masses got tired of treating her like a plaything, they would ball her up, throw her in the trash, and then she would fade from their memories. As one of the few people who knew the real Mion, I must always make sure to remember her. Beyond any doubt, that will surely become my offering to her. The sky reached so far up, and towering cumulonimbus clouds floated through it. Cumulonimbus, it's hard to say. The real summer was just before our eyes. Even now, whenever 10 p.m. came around, I would expect a phone call from Shion, or Mion rather. Now that everything was over, of course, she would never call me. But it was precisely because she wouldn't call me that I was scared of who would call me this time. Plus, Mion still hadn't been caught. I couldn't say for sure that everything was completely over. On the other side of that fear, though, were my prayers that Mion was safe. When I thought like that, I was able to sleep, even with such terrifying thoughts. For her attacking when the lights were off was something that scared me. However, that feeling changed to regret within 2 days. The moonlight flittering through the gap in the curtain shone onto the desk and illuminated a doll. That's right, the doll that I should have given to Mion that day. She said it was an import from England or something, and was all the rage, didn't she? From what Shion said, the most popular among them was the ones wearing the fluffy dress. After being released from the incident, the first place I went to was the toy store. Everything was apparently sold out because of things on the storefront displays. I was refused once they said they wouldn't sell the display products, but when they realized I was Survivor A from that incident, they immediately consented. Of course, even if I bought it, I might never have the chance to give it to her again. Even knowing that, I waited for the opportunity to give it to her. I waited like this for the opportunity, with it on the desk, so I could give it to her at any time. That's sad. Plonk. And there was a weird noise. It was a noise I wasn't used to hearing. It was too big to be raindrops, and it was completely different from the sound lost bugs make when they ram into fluorescent lights. I figured I must have misheard and nestled back into my futon. Plonk. The noise happened again. I wasn't hearing things. I definitely heard it. Where was it coming from? I got up and turned on the light. If there was a second, there would be a third. From there, where, though? I listened carefully. Plonk. The window. Some sort of pebbles were colliding with my window. When I realized they weren't being blown there by the wind, but rather being thrown by a person, I gave a start. I looked at the clock. It was 2 a.m. Who would it be at a time like this? I quietly peeked out front, through the gap in the curtains. In the light at the gate, despite it being so late, I saw someone. They picked up a piece of gravel and threw it at this window. It hit the window and made a plonking noise. Who was it? I caught my breath in surprise. If my eyes weren't deceiving me, that person was Mion. I threw open the window and looked at the figure again. Yeah, it's definitely her. My eyes certainly weren't deceiving me. It was Mion. It was Mion. She was alive. Mion pressed her index finger to her lips and made a shh motion so I wouldn't shout. If she hadn't, well, I was nearly about to cry out. Mion was in a very delicate position right now. Even if it was the middle of the night, I shouldn't call out her name. I waved at her, gesturing that I'd be right over, flung on my coat atop my pajamas, and flew out the door. I quickly hit the brakes just before going down the stairs. Although happiness was sprouting within me, I had the sad feeling that this would be our final parting. So I went back to my room again and grabbed the doll. If there was a god, I don't think I would have ever thanked him as much as today. Even if it would be the last time we ever saw each other, I was so grateful for this one chance to give it to her. I slipped into my sandals, unlocked the door, unhooked the chain, and leaped out of the house.
ミオン
お久しぶり。どう？元気にしてた？
It was like how we used to meet every morning. Mion waved to me and responded like she always did. It was doubtlessly Mion. It was the real Mion.
お前こんなところをうろついてて大丈夫なのか？
本当はいけないよ。
She certainly wasn't acting like she knew the police were following her. It was almost like she was a patient who had gotten tired of staying in the hospital and snuck out. Her speech was relaxed enough to make me think that, and I couldn't help but be surprised. That relaxation, I thought, was more like Mion, and I was happy for it.
それよりどうしたんだよこんな時間に。
最後にお話ししたかったから。
That was when I noticed them. On Mion's forehead were big droplets of sweat. Her expression, too, which I had thought to be a satisfied smile, was upon closer inspection trembling slightly, and I realized that she was forcing it.
私ね。もうここにはいられない。
Bro, you should not have gone outside. A pained note was beginning to enter her words as well, as if just smiling was a feat for her.
大丈夫か？どこか具合でも。
今日まで頑張ってきたけど自分でもわかるの。もうダメ。もう限界。私のお迎えはもうすぐ後ろまで来てる。
Mion's smile crumbled and started to stiffen. Did she purse herself this much to come all this way for me? That's like a panicked laugh, man. Like, that's not even a horrifying laugh. That's a more feeling sorry for them laugh. Her laughter cut off and changed into rough breathing. I reached out to rub her back, but she knocked me away.
大丈夫かよ。もう無理するな。そうだ。俺ミオンに。
To give you, Mion, this doll. I had wanted to do this one last thing because I knew how little time you had left. But this last thing, it... Ugh. Oh, no. Ugh. Ugh. My stomach is burning. Mion took a meat cleaver-like knife and stabbed me, and pushed it in tight and took it and twisted. Oh, God. Mion. Hey. What? It hurts. Poor Keiji. I cowered on the ground. My stomach was so hot it was almost spewing fire. Mion watched it and took a few steps back and cackled.
できた。全部できた。私が殺したやつはこれで全員。
The last words Mion left me with that day came back to me.
今日を境にミオンが戻ってくることはもうない。
From today on, even if my body is here, a body is all it will be. By then, the demon will have taken it over. The demon. The demon. The demon. Oh, her eyes changed up. I love that transition in with the screen and like her eyes slowly changed as the screen went up too. It's I thought we had finally been able to meet. This can't. Mion. In a pool of blood of my own design. This doll I bought for Mion died in red. So red. Mion. The good fortune of having been allowed to meet Mion once more, and the misfortune of that meeting being torn apart before my eyes. Should I be grateful or curse it? My emotions were neither of those as my consciousness sunk deep into a black swamp. The doll I bought for Mion, the blood, had ruined it. I bet that's what he's worried about, man. Come on. No matter how I scrubbed and scrubbed, it had needlessly been ruined. Ruined. The sad moon was so white, it looked Frozen. June 28th, 1983. A violent incident occurred in Hinamizawa village, Shishibone City. The victim was Keiichi Maibara, also a victim of the previous string of disappearances. At around 2 a.m., he was stabbed in the stomach with a bladed object by a suspect of the last case, Mion Sonozaki, and was gravely wounded. He was discovered when his parents woke up and was then transported to a clinic. He escaped death. The criminal fled the scene. On the same day, at approximately the same time, a fall accident occurred in the Kamishiki apartment complex in Shishibone City. The victim was Shion Sonozaki, also a victim of the previous string of disappearances. Late on the same night, neighbors overheard her having a big fight with someone and informed the manager. The manager used a master key to enter the room and discovered that the victim had fallen from her 8th floor balcony to her death. Oof. Sorry, Shion. The room had been torn apart and appeared to show traces of a fight. One neighbor who had frequently visited Sonozaki house for a long time and testified that he heard what sounded just like the two sisters having a fight, trading insults back and forth. We believe this was related to an injury case that occurred the same day in Hinamizawa village, perpetrated by said incident suspect, and did a thorough search of the room, but we could not find any traces that would imply that anyone but the victim was present. The victim fell straight down into the foliage of a parking strip. Her neck broke and she died immediately. Her clothing was disheveled and had markings that would imply a scuffle. We also believe, however, that it could have been an insanity-induced suicide attempt based on the particular mental state of the victim after the incident. We are conducting a thorough examination on both fronts, suicide and homicide.
本当に5分だけですからね。刺激しないようにしてください。心得ていますよ。
Alack. The door opened, and as I expected, Oishi-san came in.
どうもどうも前原さん。ご無沙汰しておりますね。その後、お加減はいかがですか？
医者が言うには術後の回復は順調だそうですが、あんたの顔を見たらまた傷が悪くなりそうです。
Nice.
こりゃ手厳しい。
As Oishi-san gave a laugh that smelled of sweat, he handed Mom a bag of assorted candies he must have purchased from the souvenir corner on the first floor of the hospital.
すみません、お母さん。ほんのしばらく圭一君とお話しする時間をいただいてもよろしいですか？
Mom clearly wasn't pleased at the thought of a police officer talking to her son without her there. However, I insisted.
母さん、悪いけど、ほんのちょっとだけ、5分でいいから。
Though grudgingly, Mom left the room. When she closed the door, Oishi-san grinned widely and looked around the room.
個室なんていい身分ですね。うちのばあさまなんかいっつも相部屋ですよ。そりゃもう賑やかなことで、ああいうところじゃ病気の重さが一つのステータスになるらしいんですよ。より重病な患者ほど偉いというか、威張っているというか。
大石さん、5分ですよ。できれば、これが本当に最後の5分にしてほしいものです。俺はもうひなみ沢とは関係ないし、ここももうひなみ沢じゃない。
沖宮には総合病院はありませんからね。椅子よろしいですかな。ゆっくらしゅっと。
This was a large university hospital in Shishibone City. It was splendidly urban, entirely different from the likes of Hinamizawa and Okinomiya. It was hard to believe Hinamizawa was part of the same city.
転院はいつ頃になりそうですか？
さあ、俺的にはいつでも OK なんですけどね。
Our moving plans were delayed a little because of my serious injury. My parents had already left the house in Hinamizawa, though, and were living in our new one. They planned to have me transfer hospitals to be closer to the new house once I'd recovered enough to be taken there.
転院先にまで来ないでくださいよ。本当に具合が悪くなりますからね。
いや、すっかり嫌われちゃいました。仕事柄とはいえ心苦しいですよ。なので、今日はこれまでの罪滅ぼしに素敵なお土産をいろいろお持ちしましたので。
別にクッキーの詰め合わせなんか持ってこなくても。
それがね、実は中身はクッキーじゃないんですよ。ほら。
Oishi-san pulls open the can of cookies and, what? Ow, I'm stretching my scar.
前原さんの好みがわからなかったので。
What did he bring?
ほら。よりどりみどり
Oh
の
my
花
God.
は黄緑ってなもんです。
What?
さあさあ、好きなだけ
Oh
持って
my
いっちゃ
God,
っ
of
てくだ
course.
さい。
He brought him board.
こんな本なんか持ってこないでください。
Honestly, though, best thing to get while in the
持って
hospital.
帰っていってててててて。
God.
健全な若者がこんなところにずーっと閉じ込められてたら こんなところにいると
Oh, man.
看護師フェチにしかなりません
What the
よ。世の中には
He's
看護師さん
insane.
以外にも素晴らしいものがいっぱいあるんですから
I love
ね。
it.
今から専門を決めないで幅広くオールラウンドに行かなくちゃ。
I gave Oishi-san's vulgar laughter a pained grin. Somehow or other, I understood. The fact that Oishi-san was bringing it up like this meant that he must have had something important to talk about.
シオンさんの件は本当にお気の毒でした。
The night I was stabbed by Mion, Shion fell from her balcony and died. They said the police were investigating all possibilities, accident, suicide, and homicide, but could only have been Mion's doing. Mion found out where Shion was hiding and pushed her down to her death. Nothing else was conceivable.
事故のわけない。ミオンです。絶対に。
鑑識の連中は自殺だとしか思えないなんて言ってるんですが、私も前原さんと同じ意見です。シオンさんを突き落とし、さらにあなたを刺した。一晩のうちにね。
ミオンはまだ見つからないんですか？
そうそう。それを今日はお伝えしたくて来たんですよ。はい、実は。
Oh, that's good. Learning that felt rather strange to me. I was partly relieved that the incident was truly over, and I was partly sorry that my best friend had finally been caught. I felt many other things too. My heart was a maze of emotions.
それだけじゃない。園崎家の例の地下、隠し井戸も見つかったんですよ。
Oh, they finally
前原
find...
さんがおっしゃられてた通り、失踪者全員の遺体をその底で発見しました。
そうですか。
That sliver of hope, that possibility I believe in, that Riki-chan and Satsuko were alive, just from the fact their remains hadn't been found, gone.
あの地下に実に巧妙に隠されてましてね。いやいや、まさに死角中の死角でした。井戸状に掘られた垂直トンネルでして、はしごが設けてあって、下へずーっと行ったところに、今度は横へ抜けるトンネルが作られていました。そこを数百メートルも張って進むと、なんと山中の古い井戸に
過去の園崎家の当主が作らせた秘密の逃げ道だったんでしょうね。
でしょうな。明治以降に作ったものでしょうが、いやいや、よくもあんなものを作ったもんです。
みんなの遺体はその底に？
はい。逃げ道の通路よりもさらに下にコールタール状の泥水が溜まってまして、そこに無造作に投げ込まれていました。相当の高さから落としたわけですから、遺体はどっぷりと埋まってしまってましてね。遺体の引き上げにはだいぶ苦労させられました。
全員見つかりましたか？
I hoped that they at least wouldn't find Rika-chan or Satsuko. That's what I wished for when I asked, but my shallow hope was crushed in the blink of an eye.
はい、全員。それどころか死後10年以上経過したと思われる人骨も見つかりました。最低でも3人分はあると思われます。Hinamizawaの歴史の暗部というわけでしょうな。
A little bit, yeah.
泥を全部吸い出したら、一体何人分の骨が出てくるやら。怖い話です。
That weight had been pushing down on Mion's shoulders the whole time. Mion.
今、鹿骨市内の過去数十年の失踪者を洗い直しているところです。諦められてた失踪事件も、これを機に全部解決するんじゃないか。
After a deep silence, he breathed a heavy sigh. Oishi-san went for his cigarettes to pass the time, but realized this was a non-smoking area, so he gave up and put them back in his shirt pocket.
そうそう。これは寄り道なんですが、古出里香さん、ご存知ですよね。
もちろん、仲間ですから。
彼女、例えば糖尿病でインスリンの注射を常用していたとか、そんな話はありました？
Rika-chan's diabetes? I didn't know what he was talking about.
実は彼女のスカートのポッケからですね、注射器が見つかりまして、破損していたので薬物は特定できなかったのですが、少々不似合いだったので興味を持ちまして、本当にご存知ありません？
I didn't know anything about Rika-chan carrying syringes around with her.
園崎家は本業の方、薬剤屋さんのことです。で、 覚醒剤を扱ってるとの噂がありましてね。
Well, Rika did say she was gonna take care of it, so
その可能
maybe that's what
性
she
も
was
ある
trying
か
to
なん
do.
て思ってたのですが。
リカちゃんが覚醒剤の常用者だっていうの
She's like
か。
9.
いえ、そう
Actually, I
は
don't
申
even
し
know
て
how
ま
old
せ
she
んよ。
is.
ただ、お醤油をもらいに行くついでに注射器を持っていくってのは、どう考えても変ですからね。
Maybe she's like addicted to soy sauce and likes to shoot up soy sauce. I have no idea what any of this means. My eyes are spinning. I feel sick.
大丈夫ですか？看護師さんを呼びましょうか。
大丈夫ですから、話の続きを。
まあ、注射器の話はそれだけです。それだけが個人的に気になったもので。
Rika-chan.
リカさん、村のマスコットみたいなところがありましたからね。今、村は騒然としてるみたいですよ。盲信してた年寄り方と、殺してしまった園崎家とで、実効支配していた御三家もほぼ全滅状態。こんなタイミングでまたダムの話が出てきたりしたら、今度こそ間違いなく敗損でしょうな。
True.
もう俺、ひなみ沢とは関係ありませんから。
Actually was. I just said it because the thought about Hinamizawa being abandoned was unpleasant, and I wanted to end the conversation quickly. There was a knock at the door. It opened slightly, and my mom asked if we were still talking.
ありゃ、無駄話が過ぎまいったな。
What a pickle. I looked at the clock. 5 minutes were long past. He told my mother that there was something he really wanted to ask, and if she could wait a little bit longer.
そう手短にね。
There wasn't any getting around the fact that she was thinking about what a police officer could be talking to her son about.
日を改めた方が良さそうですね。
大石さん、ミオンは今、どうしてるんです？
I want to just hear that answer and then get rid of him.
それを話す前に、前原さんに一個だけ、本当に正直に答えてもらいたいことがあります。
何ですか？
本当に真面目に答えてくださいよ。
What are you gonna
これ
ask?
いい加減なこと言っちゃうと、場合によっては捜査か乱と見られて告発される場合もありますからね。
Ocean kept threatening me until the end. What the hell did he want?
前原さん、シオンさんを突き落とした犯人は誰だと思います？
ミオンしか考えられないじゃないですか。
では、あなたを刺したの誰です？
何度も言わせないでください。ミオンですよ。園崎ミオン。
Ocean smiled bitterly, then dabbed at his forehead with a handkerchief to wipe the sweat. You should have expected that answer, and yet it looked as though he wasn't satisfied with it.
シオンを突き落として、俺を刺して、ミオンの犯行だって、さっき大石さんも認めたじゃないですか。
シオン殺しの犯人がミオンだという根拠は、隣人の男の証言によるものなんです。この隣人ってのは、実は暴力団組員、つまりシオンさんのボディーガードだったんですよ。このうちのリーダー格が古参で、園崎姉妹が幼いうちから親身になってた男なんだそうで。
That man said this. The noise he heard from the next door was just like the sound of a fight between the sisters that he was used to hearing when they still lived together. And no, there was no doubt about it. He said he heard Mion and Shion insulting each other and heard them struggling. At first, though, he thought it was a hallucination she was having brought on by her dementia. You see, he thought that because that sort of ruckus had been occurring every night. However, that night had been longer than the rest, and he claimed that he went to her room to give her a sedative. The noise died down while he got the manager to give him the key. He'd already decided he'd at least check up on her, and after she wasn't answering his calls, they took the plunge and unlocked the door. Then they saw that the room was a mess. Since Shion had been pushed over the balcony, they decided it had to have been Mion, and that's how it happened. Oof.
つまり、壁越しに聞いたというだけなんです。しかもこのマンション、組の関係で住人がほとんどいないんです。ですから、この騒ぎを聞いてたのも彼らだけ。重ねて言えば、園崎ミオンを目撃した者は誰一人いないんです。
見なくったって、そんなの、ミオンの犯行だってわかるじゃないですか。
まあまあ。だから、つまりですね、あなただけが、あの晩、確かに園崎ミオンを目撃した、もう一人の目撃者のシオンさんは生きておられませんからね。
大石さんが何を言いたいのかよくわからないんですけど。
At that point, Oshi-san paused. The fact that this was a no-smoking area completely slipped his mind, and he took out his pack of cigarettes again. Kerchak, he lit one up with his lighter, and exhaled a long stream of tobacco smoke.
あなた、本当に園崎美音に刺されたんですか？
はい、間違いなく。
The smoke Oshi-san breathed out floated away, like a thundercloud swept away by the
大
wind.
石さん、ここ禁煙です。看護師さんに怒られますよ。
実は園崎美音も井戸の底から見つかったんですよ。
Well then. And that wasn't even a pun. Just well then.
転落死です。あの井戸の隠し通路から逃げ出そうとしてはしごを降りる途中に足を踏み外し、そこまで転落し、首の骨を折って死亡したとみられます。はい。シオンさんと同じにね、首の骨を折って。
え？
あの日、前原さんを気絶させた後、園崎美音は足を踏み外して死んだのです。
Oh, that makes sense now. When he was like, "Yeah, we found her." He's like, "Let me ask you a question first before I tell you."
まるでそこに突き落とした他の犠牲者の死体に呼び寄せられるようにね。
それじゃあおかしいじゃないですか。
検視の結果、間違いなくあの日に死亡したものと確認されました。あなたとシオンさんを襲ってからあそこに戻ったんじゃない。あの日にすでに死んでいたんです。
My jaw was on the floor. There was absolutely no way that could be. Mion was the one that stabbed me. It had to have been her. There wouldn't have been anyone else to do it.
じゃあ誰が俺とシオンを襲ったんですか？誰が？
あなたを襲った園崎美音なのに園崎美音じゃない。
Not confusing at all.
何者かですよ。
My mind had become a complete mess, and I was starting to lose my ability to think straight.
高野美代さんの死、覚えてますか？
え？高野さん？はい、確か遠くの山の中で焼け死んだって聞いたような。
あれは考察された後に焼かれたことが分かってます。検視したのは県警さんなんですけどね、これがちょっとおかしいんですよ。初期の検視結果では死後24時間経過って出ちゃったんです。辻褄が合わないってことで大慌てで当日死亡って改ざんしたらしいんですが。
Despite me being an absolute wreck over what was going on with Mion, he was telling me there was even more on top of that. I didn't understand the complex things Oishi-san was telling
こ
me.
の死後24時間って検視結果、
Yeah, if she was dead
う
for
ちの鑑識のじじいが言うにはですね、
she was dead for 24 hours, that
かな
wouldn't
り
have been.
信頼できるものらしいんです。
There's no way she would have been at
つま
the
りどういうことか。
Watanagashi
これ
festival
は
then.
何度も聞いた質問になりますが、あなた綿流しの晩、高野美代さんに会ってますよね？
合ってます。
その前日、お祭りの準備の日にも会ってますよね。私もその時お会いしてますし。
ええ、合ってますよ。
死後24時間ってことは、お祭りの前日の晩には
Yeah, that's
もう死んでるっ
crazy,
て
dude.
ことになるんですよ。
そんなはず。
お祭りの準備の時には生きていた。でもあなたたちと一緒に西宮殿に忍び込んだ時、高野さんは
the origin of all that
お
happened.
亡くなりになっていたのです。
The beginning of everything. Our intrusion in the ritual storehouse, which I had come to regret countless times. The one who tempted me, Takano-san. When she invited us into the storehouse, she was already no longer of this world.
今回の事件、死人が歩き回りすぎなんですよ。
I'd say. An incident caused by a dead person and ended by a dead person.
園崎美音の死亡時間を事件当日ではなく、 あなたを刺した直後に改ざんせよとの圧力も来てるみたいです。
Interesting.
この事件をとっとと終わらせようとする外圧でしょうね。
True.
ですので、今の話はどうか他言無用に願いますよ。
Oyster grabbed his jacket that was hanging on the chair and put out a cigarette with the bottom of his foot and started pretending to wave away the smoke floating around.
長居しました。あなたにとっての事件をせめて終わらせてあげようと思ってきたつもりだったんですがね。かえって煙に巻いちゃったようで。
Absent-mindedly, he walked towards the door, looking at me, unable to speak out of the corner of his eye.
もしも今後話したいことができたらいつでもお電話ください。さっきのお土産の中に私の名刺が入ってますんで。その時はまた素敵なお土産を持ってお見舞いに来ますよ。
Weird guy in his porn, man. Oyster-san seemed to think I was still hiding something. That I, after all this, would be hiding something. I'm the one things are being hidden from. I'm the one who wants to know.
では、またいつかお会いしましょう。お大事に。
He just fades out. Slam. I listened to tap, tap, tap of Oyster-san walking down the hallway. I still couldn't return from my state of bewilderment. He wanted to end this incident as it applied to me. It's like the first time, I think... No, you saw him in a couple other artworks. Keiichi's, like, how he looked. What was over? Nothing was over. The incident was still continuing. I don't like hearing the drip, drip, drips. What the fuck? Then slip, an arm covered in fresh blood, came out from underneath the bed. Excuse you? How are you not that okay, I wasn't that surprised. This was an illusion I was seeing, seized with fear.
ケイちゃん。だから言ったでしょ。
Why are the dead back to life so much in this, man? I heard a guttural voice coming from under the bed. I still recognize it as Mion's voice.
なんだ、ミオン。
He's just like calmly talking to her.
何を言ったって？
私、あの日に警告したよ。今日以降、私の姿を見たとしても、それは私の屍に取り付いた鬼なんだよって。
そうだな。言ってたよな。
He just lost his mind at this point. I don't blame him.
ちょっと注意が足らなかったな。だから刺されちゃったんだな。
Possibly wounds sustained when she fell from the ladder. Many of her fingernails were broken and torn. Her arms slowly felt about on top of the bed, searching for mine.
あのさ、ミオン、俺今こんな冗談を考えたんだ。
How is he so calm right now? I'd be freaking the fuck out.
聞いてくれるか？
The man under the bed didn't answer.
例えばさ、俺が今日ここで死んじゃうんだよ。だけども明日以降もここにいて普通に生活してみせるんだよ。で、後でそれが大石のやつに分かって、またしても死亡日時が合わない、死んだはずの人間が生活していたって言って泡を食って大騒ぎするんだよ。高野さんにミオン、そして俺で3人目な。面白いだろ？笑えるだろ
I don't like that. I don't like having to click stuff.
笑えよ。それともあんまり面白くなかったか？
Bro, can we not? Mion's blood-stained hand groped around and found my wrist. Though her fingernails were torn, she gripped it hard as if scratching me.
加減しろよ。痛いって。
What were you expecting, bro?
ケイちゃん、迎えに来たよ。
I tried to shake my wrist loose, but the strength she held it with was unbelievable and I couldn't. She was only gripping one wrist, and yet my whole body wouldn't move. I couldn't even twitch. My fingers were spread apart, and I couldn't make a fist either. And that fact that I couldn't make a fist reminded me of the restraining table. I felt a crooked nail pressed against my lip. Oh, she brought them with her? Oh, no. Oh, that's horrifying. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't want to click anything.
何も終わってない。何も終わってない。この事件は 何も終わってなんかない。まだ続いてる。まだまだ続いてる。誰かこの事件を終わらせてください。この残酷で無残で気の毒で悲しいこの事件を終わらせてください。それだけが俺の望みです。
あの時一つ叶えてあげたでしょ。今度はダメ。
Mion firmly held the nail down on my fingertip, and with her other hand, she slowly swung a mallet up into the air and... Ooh. Fucking what an ending screen, man. Come on. Ah. Well, I'm sure we'll figure out eventually. There are 6 more things. New scenario has been unlocked. All cast review session has been available. The freaking achievement for beating that part is, or finishing that part is called the last nail. Come on, man. It's ridiculous. Alright, let's do the review session. Let's discuss. Of course, we're Angel Mart.
綿流しを最後までお楽しみいただき誠にありがとうございました。
You're welcome. And also thank you to everybody who's been watching this. I appreciate it, especially this one, because it's like... Oh my god, it's almost 4 hours long. Ugh, that's a lot. Okay.
今度のシナリオはいかがだったでしょうか。
It was
ちょっ
horrifying.
ぴりでもお楽しみいただければ幸いです。
ちょっぴりも何もまた大大バッドエンドですわ。
It was a horrible bad
ブン
ending.
でございますことよ。
プンプンなのです。
Yes, there's pure anger in their
みんな
faces.
お疲れ。まあその終わり方こそあれだったけど、今回のシナリオは事実上ミオン編みたいなもんだったんじゃない？
Pretty much,
私
yeah.
大活躍で大満足。にゃはははは。
I don't want to see Mion anymore. Get out of here, dude.
あんなの大活躍とは言いませんですわ。私もリカも殺されちゃったですのよ。
A lot of people got
しか
killed.
もサトコはただのとばっちりなのですよ。
Yeah, all she wanted to do was just make food.
あんな死に方嫌なのですな。
Oh, man.
ほら泣かないで。みーちゃんメインのお話だったようにサトコちゃんメインのお話もあるんだから。
Which, if I'm not wrong, is the next chapter. Which, if I'm right, that's going to be super depressing.
今から楽しみだね。
きっとサトコがひどい目にあってじわりじわりといたぶり回される話に違
Man,
い
come
な
on.
い
You
ね。
did enough during this part, man. Can you stop?
そうなの嫌。
Oh my god, the punches.
み
Love
ー
it.
ちゃん悪ふざけが過ぎるとレナもちょっとだけ怒るよ。
You know, Rena's had too much this time
レナ
around.
ぺったんこなのです。
Oh,
なでなでしたくても頭がわからないのです。
what is this conversation right now?
あ、膨らんできましたわ。無節操な体ですのね。
Are you guys talking about boobs?
やあみんな。
Of course, he comes in and takes pictures of them when they're talking about boobs. Time
お
talking,
疲れ
man.
さ。
また遅れて申し訳ありませんね。
These two nerds.
うんうん
富武さんに大石さん、どうもお疲れ様でした。あれ、高野さんとしーちゃんはまだですか？
Oh,
も
there
ち
she
ろん
is.
来てますよ。今日はお招きいただきありがとうございますね。ここ座ってもいい？
I love that this is.
どうぞですわよ。
I love that this is kind of like. I don't know if I said it in the first part, but I like how this is, like, kind of like the cast of a show, just like getting together at the end of a season or something. It's kind of cool. These are fun.
これだけ一堂に集まると圧巻ね。どうかお手柔らかに。
じゃあ始めても大丈夫かな？これで全員かな？
Alright, let's get the discussion
平
going.
地を除けば全員なのです。
Keiichi's probably not going to show up
こ
again.
とは前原さんは相変わらず収録が終わってなく
He's
て
busy.
早々に次回シナリオの台本読みなんですか？
気の毒な話ね。私たちだけで盛り上がっちゃ悪い気がするわ。
Ah, he'll be
高
fine.
野さん、そんなの気にしなくていいんですよ。こういう時は思いっきり盛り上がった方がかえって気を使わせないもんなんです。
それもそうですわね。
All the fun music. We need the fun music
せっ
more.
かくこれだけ集まったのにおつやじゃつまらないですわ。
Why would you do that?
じゃあケイチ君には悪いけど 僕たちでやらせてもらおうか。
He'll be fine.
どうなれば決まりだね。じゃあみんなコップコップ。炭酸が嫌いな人いる？
大人の皆さんにはアルコール
Okay,
もありますよ。
thankfully. I would need some of that as well.
リカちゃんは何を飲む？ブドウジュース？オレンジジュース？
みー、富竹のと同じ泡麦茶がいいのです。
こーら、リカちゃんもお酒はダメ。
Rika's like, yo, let me get some of that beer you got, bro.
みんなコップ持ちましたですの？
It was worth a shot.
早く乾杯しないとジュースがぬるくなってしまいますわ。
おねえ、温度は誰が取るの？レナでいいでしょ。じゃあレナよろしく。
Oh, Brendan's leading the toast.
では、ゴホン。みんな、綿流し終了。お疲れ様でした。
Yay! That was a lot of thank yous all at once. Wah, clap, 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 clap.
じゃあみんな揃ったんだしね。また今回のシナリオを議論してみないかい？
Let's hear it.
そうですね。じゃあ、自由意見でいきましょうか。誰か意見のある人はいますか？
意見も何も今回のシナリオで謎はすべて解けたのではありませんこと？
None of the mysteries were solved in this chapter. What are you talking
はい、
about?
ミオンさん。諸悪の根源は全部園崎家。それで決着でございませんの？
Nope.
そうだね。みーちゃんは犯人じゃないって信じてたんだけどな。
Mion's corpse was in the well. And then she showed up undead a few times, man. I
こ
don't
ん
know
な
what's
のは
going
前
on.
回の鬼隠しから十分予想できたことじゃないですか。むしろ予想通りすぎて呆れちゃうくらいですよ。
そうですね。前回のシナリオをプレイされた方の予想の大多数と合致するんじゃないでしょうかね。
This music is so upbeat.
みんなの期待通りの展開になったみたいなのです。
じゃあ、これで日暮らしの泣く頃にスイのメインシナリオはほとんど終わりなのかな？
Hold on, let me look how many Steam games I have left. Nope. Not close to being over.
すべての元凶はみーちゃんの園崎家で決まり？
そうかしら。私はむしろこれで園崎家犯人説はなくなったと思ってるくらいだけれど。
How?
あ、高野さんと意見が合いましたね。私も同じ意見。私はタタリなんか信じないけど、でも少なくとも園崎家が真犯人である確率は薄くなったと思ってるね。
どうしてなの？だってみーちゃんがみんなを殺したって自供したじゃない。
そうですわ。私とリカを殺しておいて今さら犯人じゃないなんてどういう意味なんですの？
別に煙に巻くつもりはないよ。たださ、私ミオンが全ての犯人だとするにはいろいろと無理が多いんだよ。ちょっと考えればすぐわかるよ。
僕は園崎家犯人説の近からず遠からずに真相があると確信してるんだけど、ぜひミオンちゃんの説が聞きたいね。
Alright, what's Mion's theory?
では
I need to
ご
know.
拝聴。
Let's hear
ラ
it.
ストで私がさ、過去の事件に自分は全て関与しているって白状するでしょ。あそこで感じた大きな違和感が根拠かな。だって考えてみなよ。過去の事件が園崎家の起こしたものならすごいことだよ。だってどれもほぼ完全犯罪でしょ。園崎家以外の犯人や事故で決着するという究極の犯罪だもの。そりゃそうでしょう。だって大きな力を持つ園崎家が暗躍してるんだもの。
They own apparently every
完全
business
犯
out
罪
there.
なんてお茶の子さいさいでしょ。そこそこ違和感なんだよ。過去4年間園崎本家の気配を全く感じさせずにあれだけ上手に人を殺したり消したりしてきたんだよ。そこへ行くと5年目の事件はすごくチープなんだよ。手当たり次第に片っ端から消して殺して、しかも園崎家とのつながりは簡単にカンパできちゃうしさ。
True, good point.
そう言われてみればそうだね。
Very good point.
過去の事件はたたりとも犯罪ともつかない不思議な連続事件だったけど、今回の5年目の事件だけはすごく乱暴だったもんね。
何を言ってるのかよくわかりませんわ。リカにはわかります？
つまり園崎家が本当に犯人なら5年目の事件も
もっともっと上手にやったと言っているのですよ。
They definitely have the ability to. That's for damn sure.
じゃあつまり何ですの？私とリカを殺したのはミオンさんではなく、ミオンさんに取り付いた鬼の仕業だったってことですの？ほらほら、やっぱり前回の私の予想通りミオンさんは悪い人じゃなかったのですわ。そうそう、レナもサトコちゃんも何かが取り付いて悪いことをしてるって意見だったもんね。じゃあやっぱり私たちの説は正しかったのかな？
Which theory?
私も前回から引き続きたたり説ですが、今回のシナリオでさらに確信を深めましたよ。
It's weird, like the first after party, I wasn't using the voices and everything. Now I feel like there's nothing for me to read, and it's just like, here's, and just reacting to a little bit of what they're saying and trying to piece together things in my brain.
ラストで私が明かす、目撃されていたにもかかわらず、その数日前に死んでいたという高野さんやミオンさんの情報はまさにそれを裏付け
Yeah,
ると思います。
that definitely threw a wrench into things, man. Why'd you have to come and say that?
前回は弱かったたたり派が今回は随分強気ね。人間犯人説の皆さんには
They got zombies walking around now, man.
前回人間犯人説だったのは確かみーちゃんにリカちゃん、それから富武さんでしたよね。では張り切って反論をお願いします。
参ったな。うまい言葉が思いつかないな。
たたり派の根拠の一つが合わない死亡時刻なんですよね。
Right.
じゃあそのトリックを崩せれば人間犯人説は立証できるわけですね。
Facts.
お、シオンには何かいい反論があるの？まあ一応。でも私人間犯人説ではお姉と同じ意見ですけど、園崎家が主犯だと思ってる点ではお姉とは違いますよ。それでも良ければ反論してみせますけど。
Let's hear it. I want to hear the objections.
何でも結構ですわ。これがたたりじゃないというならその証拠を示してごらんなさいませ。
じゃあシオンちゃん、さっきから話題になってるラストのトリック。ミオンちゃんは事件当日に井戸に落ちて死んでいたにもかかわらず数日後に現れて圭一君とあなたを殺したのはどうやってなのか。
ズバリ園崎姉妹共犯説です。
Sonozaki sisters conspiracy
理
theory.
由は簡
Love
単
it.
だってお姉はあの時点でもう死んでるんですから、ケイちゃんをさせるのは私しかいないんです。そして実質へ戻り幽霊との取っ組み合いの狂言をして飛び降り自殺。
I mean, I guess that makes sense. Seems very spot on, though.
この場合のミオンちゃんは泥をかぶる役だね。村長さんたちに直接手を下し、シオンちゃんはただの被害者の形にする。そして井戸の中に姿を隠していれば変装したシオンちゃんが神出鬼没にいくらでも殺人を犯せるって寸法さ。
なるほどね。だとするとミオンさんにとっての誤算は2つ。死体が見つかってしまったことと、隠れているだけのつもりが死んでしまったことってことになるわけですね。
あれれれ、確かになんとなく辻褄が合うような。
でもやっぱり納得できないでしょう。過去の完全犯罪の華麗さと違いす
The
ぎるも
magnificent
の。
perfect crimes.
その計画たとえうまくいってもミオンは悪役でしょ。
Yeah, no matter what, she would have
一
been
生
labeled
隠
as
れ
the
て
bad guy in
あ
this
るいは
one.
シオンのふりをしたりして生きていかなきゃならないんでしょ。窮屈すぎ。こんなの完全犯罪とは言わないって。
つまり死ぬにせよ消えるにせよミーはいなくなってしまうわけなのです。
リカちゃま、それいい意見。つまり園崎ミオンが表舞台からいなくなるのは彼女らのシナリオの一部だと思うわけです。だからラストでミオンはポンポンと過去の事件の罪をかぶるんですよ。全部の事件の責任を一身に引き受けて退場。そうすることで過去の事件の真犯人を隠蔽できる。つまり今年の事件はチープなんかじゃなく、過去の事件を丸ごと完全犯罪にするための締めくくりの事件、そういう位置づけになるのかな。
It's all
一
coming
番
together.
疑われている園崎家の若き当主が全てを自白して失踪。彼女もしくは園崎家以外の真犯人にとって これほど美味しい。
話が全然わかりませんのよ。ミオンさんが罪をかぶるってどういう意味ですの？
Sakura, just
犯人なんじゃ
go
ないんですの？
go drink your grape juice, bro. Just stay in the corner. Just
つ
go away.
まりね、連続開始事件の真犯人が別にいるの。その人を守るためにみーちゃんが過去の事件も全て自分が起こしたと嘘の告白をした。
All right, now I just kind of feel dumb. Like I'm kind of picking up what they're putting down, but my brain is also fried from sitting and doing this for so long straight. Yeah, Rena is a smart detective, dude. Seeing her as like a detective in the future would be awesome.
真の犯人をごまかすために起こした事件、それが私の推理。
But what
さらに言え
incident
ば
though?
その真の犯人は園崎家以外の存在だと思ってるんだけどね。
4年連続で完全犯罪に成功した謎の人物をさらに守るために、ミオンちゃんが起こした捜査か乱。
そういうことです。
Ah, okay. So just everything that happened with Mion was just kind of random and just worked out that it covered up the other person
鬼
doing
隠し
whatever.
のシナリオで名前だけ登場した監督ってのがかなり怪しいかな。
すごいです。実に辻褄が合いますのですよ。
Pop, pop, pop. It's
私
all
は
coming together.
それでも園崎家プラス姉妹が犯人だと思ってますけどね。御三家による古いしがらみを断ち切るために姉妹が起こした過去の清算のための事件、それが私の推理です。
Solid theory.
過去の清算ってのはつまり暗躍の歴史に終止符を打つため、御三家の罪を最後の当主のミオンが全てかぶり、姉妹揃って退場したってことだね。
そういうことです。私たち姉妹が悩みに悩み抜いた末に選んだ悲しい物語だったというわけです。
Does make it really sad. Does give a clean slate thing to it
出
though.
来すぎですね。
A little too far. Just a tiny bit.
すごいです。実に辻褄が合いますですよ。
Didn't she just say the same exact thing?
あれあれ、なんだかリカちゃんにも意見がありそうだね。リカちゃんもどうぞ。
Let's hear it.
では皆さんに質問なのです。ケイイチはどうして刺されなければいけないのですか？リカ、そんなのは決まってますわよ。
Because Mion just wanted to finish
入
the
っちゃい
job.
けない細具店に勝手に入ったから決まってます
Oh,
わ。
from like the very start, I guess.
こうして思い返すと、他のシナリオでも死んだ富武さんと高野さんの死もきっと西宮殿に忍び込んだせいってことなんでしょうな。ありゃ
おかしなことになってきたわね。
Rather strange. She's not even admitting that.
おかしなことって何がですか？あ、レナさん、そうですわ。思い出してくださいませ。そうなのです。例えば鬼隠しのシナリオではケイイチは西宮殿には忍び込んでいないのに命を狙われているのです。
True. Murmur.
それはきっとひなみ沢はよそ者を嫌うんだろ。だからケイイチ君も命を狙われたんだよ。
それはおかしいでしょう。だったらケイちゃんの両親だって襲われていいはず。
True. It was because
ど
he
う
was.
見ても両親に危機が迫っていたようには見えないね。
It was because he was finding too
今
much
回
stuff
だけ
out.
でなく他のシナリオでも。
さあさあ、人間犯人説の皆様方、ケイイチさんが狙われる理由がちゃんと説明できませんと人間が犯人とは立証できませんでしたよ。
でもたたり説だとしても、やはり前原さんが前回も今回も襲われる理由が分かりませんけどね。
もう一息で解明できそうだったけど、やっぱり謎はたくさん残ってるみたいだね。
ケイイチ君以外の人の死には何かしら理由が見つけられるんだけど、鬼隠しでもたらい回しでも西宮殿に踏み入るのとは無関係に狙われてる。
So if we figure out why Keiichi has to die each time, we can figure out what's going on.
今回だけではなく他のシナリオでも殺されるようなことをしちゃってるんじゃありませんこと？
なるほど。他のシナリオと今回の前原さんの行動に共通項が見つけられれば、それが全体の事件の謎を解く鍵になりそうですね。
ざっとシナリオを読み比べたけど、ケイイチ君なりに日々を送ってると思うよ。西宮殿の一件さえ除けば 圭一君の日々の暮らしに不審な点は見当たらない。
Yeah, man, it's just a normal dude trying to go to school.
圭一君、今回と他のシナリオの時に何をやったのかな。殺されるような悪いこと。
迷った時には本人に聞いてみるのが一番なのですよ。
Call him up, call self. Yeah, calling him. Love it.
ほほう、俺が一人寂しく次回の台本読みをしている間に、みんな
Oh,
は
they
そうい
they
う話題
call
で
him
盛り上が
each
ってい
time.
たわけ。
That's amazing.
ほ
というわけなの。だからね、圭一君の自分の胸に聞いてみてほしいんだけど。
Try asking your own heart.
ケイちゃん、
What a deep question.
殺されるようなどんな悪いことをやったわけ？
私にいつも働いている牢石のせいに違いないですわ。
I don't know, man. You definitely almost killed
僕
him
に
a few
時
times.
々危ない視線を向けて妄想に浸っている顔はまさに犯罪者そのものなのです。
Alright, fair. That does sound a little illegal.
そうそう、年頃の女の子たちに囲まれて毎日幸せってのがそもそもの罪
Of
なよう
course,
な気がす
Tamatake
る
brings that
な。
up. These two.
それは確かに重罪ですね。前原さん、実に羨ましい主人公役ですよ。
I really don't envy him. That dude's been through some shit.
たまには変わってください。
Now I want a mod of this game where it just replaces Keiichi with Oishi the entire time. I want that. It'd be so weird.
まあ確かにあれだけ役得がいろいろあれば
That's still a
最後
pretty
にちょっと刺されるくらい
still a
お
pretty
安い
big price
ご
to
用
pay,
よ
dude.
ね。
というわけで圭一さん、あなたの犯した罪を思い出しまして。
今回も他のシナリオでも清く正しく生きてる俺がいつもラストはひどい目に。
Just a proper and just life.
さらに自分の胸に聞いてみろだと。痛いのは俺の方だぞ。
It's
これは
bullying.
何かの暴力だ。
かわいそかわいそです。今度頭をなでなでしてあげますですよ。
I think my dude needs it after this time.
今回のシナリオを読んだ上で改めて鬼隠しを読むべきかな。私はミオンの立場になって綿流しを読み返してみるよ。ケイちゃんの立場で読んだ時とは違う発見があるかもね。
Interesting. I love that just talking about like rereading
私は
everything.
鬼の仕業だとずーっと思ってますのよ。すべての現象とトリックはすべて鬼で説明がつきますのよ。なんだかプラズマみたいなのです。
Plasma? What?
プレイしてくださった
Okay,
皆さん
we'll just
は
leave
ど
that.
うお感じになりましたか？
I thought it
ぜ
was
ひ
great.
先に進む前にいろいろと推理してみてくださいね。
This is a early 2000s way to say, you know, like, comment, and subscribe, and let me know what you thought of the video.
まだまだ先は長いですけど頑張ってくださいね。
それでは引き続き日暮らしの泣く頃に推をお楽しみください。
Totes will. Got 6 whole more chapters to go. This one took a lot longer than Anikakushi, especially this ending. I was like, oh, I'll put 2 chapters together for the end video. It'll be like maybe 2.5 hours. It's been over 4 hours. So hey, enjoyed a long video. But hey, that was the end of Watanagashi. Let me know what you think in the comments or in Discord or Twitter, wherever you are talking to me. Just let me know what you think. I'm curious. Let me know if you're enjoying the playthrough. I appreciate y'all watching. It's great. I'm having a lot of fun. It's cool talking to you guys. Find more fans of the series. It's awesome. And yeah, look forward to the next one. But until next time, guys, just keep being good people. And I'll talk to y'all later. Bye.